Go live. And I'm live. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday. I am your host, Jacob Johnson. We are doing art today. Hope you're all excited about that. Hope you're all having a good time wherever you're at. Hello. Hello. All right. Probably got to see in the description of the video if you saw that. I don't know how it displays to you guys. I'm such an old man. I don't know how technology works. It appears I do have audio this time, so that's a win. Yeah, so today we're working on a brand new trap for the upcoming expansion, the Floating Islands. I did start a sketch for it. But I have kind of a lot of stuff I really still need to figure out with it. It's going to be a fantastic tactical trap. Um, yeah, let's actually just kind of like pop on over to Photoshop. We'll actually take a quick look at a tactical mouse that I created for you guys. So this is the Paragon boss that we had kind of created. I did some kind of minor tweaks to the background, just kind of polished a little bit here and there. Just kind of brought it to the next tier. Not sure if you can even spot any differences, but it mattered to me. At any rate, so this is kind of like the design essence for the trap that I'm creating today. It's not going to like draw from this too heavily, but kind of like, you know, using a lot of the elements from it. And I've been kind of scribbling and sketching, and nothing's really been too solid for me. I feel like this piece hasn't quite landed, so I'm looking forward to input from you guys to try and get some kind of more direction on where you would like to see this. And because I feel like this trap's probably going to be pretty potent. Probably going to be a good long-standing trap for quite a while. A lot of the traps we're planning for the floating islands, we're going to do a number of them. They're going to be pretty high tier. You know, it's going to be kind of the big area that's coming. It's going to have a lot for you guys to do. And so, you know, I want to make this special and cool and fun. So I'm going to rotate it to be the correct orientation. Did I? Oh, I rotated the wrong image. Rotate horizontally. Okay, I flipped the mouse just now. Another kitty trap, please. I mean, we have done it with the tactical, right? And I don't know, maybe when we do trap skins for this, we could do that. That could be fun. I enjoy creating the legendary cats within the MouseHunt universe. Those fabled creatures that are spoken of in hushed tones because they're beyond the realm of our power and understanding. When in doubt, add a droid. Don't disagree with that. Let's see. So this is going to be a tactical trap. We have a few in the works right now. Each of the artists is working on one currently. I thought doing tactical would be a lot of fun. I enjoy kind of creating mechanical looking things, not necessarily actually good design, but it's fun. So basically what I have kind of going on is I have kind of a hunk of the island. Each of the islands are kind of floating, and there's something about the kind of earth that they're constructed from, or grown from, whatever, that can cause it to kind of lift into the sky and float. But the tactical group have basically taken only what was essential of that and just kind of like repurposed and retrofitted their own kind of designs and slapped on machinery to make it do cooler things that they want. So kind of what I'm thinking is this thing can hover around. and it's got this big kind of like beefy robot arm that it can kind of, move and grab mice or whatever. And I was thinking, oh, maybe this is some kind of like steam tank or power source or something like that that this thing is kind of, running off of. Um, and each of the kind of mice have these kind of teal gems. So I wanted to incorporate that into this design. I thought that would look really nice. And so I kind of have this lens here that is made of that. And I actually don't like the perspective on it. I want to tilt it just a little bit. So that's kind of the concept that I have going. As I said, I'm not incredibly thrilled with it, but it could also just be a case of kind of, making sure the shapes balance nicely. Like, I don't know what all that greeble is. I don't feel like that's working so well. This kind of is neat. There's some layering and cogs and stuff that feels interesting and mechanical. I'm not totally convinced that my ellipses are perfect, and that can sometimes catch me up. I feel good about the arm. It's not too bad. I did spend a lot of time on it, but you know, sometimes that happens. Um, yeah, so if we were to look at the mouse, it does have maybe more kind of steampunk. Well, maybe not even that much more, but like the some visible hoses and stuff like that. Layering of kind of metal plates is good. Cogs. Let's see. I like that suggestion for a trap skin. What power type? Tactical, tactical, tactical. Because yeah, like the tactical group in the floating islands, they're all about steampunk. They create all these crazy inventions to fight the hunters. All right, doesn't look end game enough. But then again, you hate everything mechanical. Okay, and that's totally fair. Thankfully, it's not the only trap that you get to earn. Um, and there was kind of a challenge of like, okay, well, what should a tactical trap be? What is tactical in the MouseHunt universe? And when we've talked about it before, it's very much kind of more of like outwitting the mouse, being a surprise attack or something like that. Whereas like physical is just like, this thing's just gonna be strong and beat you up. Arcane is like, it can use magic to do the thing. This one, it's more, I want it to feel like there's some kind of interesting, clever thing about it. I'm not sure if it's doing that. Um, let's see. Yeah, and like that's a challenge that I haven't really necessarily addressed as well as I should have, when it comes to, is there a unifying theme for all the tactical traps? Like obviously hydro, it's kind of like really clearly, a water. Um, Physical, it's much more kind of like, yeah, no magic. Although I kind of feel like there's probably physical traps that look magical at this point. So I would say that I haven't necessarily done my due diligence of kind of being like, these are the rules about these power types that we should make sure are adhered to. Yeah, so I don't know. Do you guys have any ideas on how we could kind of address that if we want to? Does that matter to you guys? Um, yeah, like a chess robot trap. Hmm. Does have that Grand Duke plus Dragon Slayer cannon energy source vibe. Yeah, okay. This could look like the tactical island and have some sort of camouflage. Well, that's an interesting idea. So it like blends into its environment, and that's kind of its sneak attack ability. I think I just really wanted to like draw this robot arm, and then I was just like, I don't know what the rest is, and just kind of smushed stuff together until it looked like something. But I'm not happy with that. You can literally see that I'm just like, just the arm. Yeah, the arm's cool. This, what else did I have here? This was kind of like a shape that I was working off of that I kind of like scribbled really small and then blew up, and I'm like, this might be okay. I kind of liked this kind of thing in the top left. I'm not sure what it is though. And so I kind of wanted to like turn it into something that had a concept that you could kind of understand. So this kind of tank of energy at least did that for me. And I literally took whatever that shape was, moved it around, and then just kind of painted it until it turned into that. So that's where that went. Yeah, just robot arms all the way down. It's nothing but robot arms. That's actually not a terrible idea. I kind of like that, but that would take a lot of work. And I want to try and wrap up at a relatively decent time today. We're doing kind of like team kind of feedback stuff, and I need to get better with my ADD brain and actually finish those and submit them by the end of the day. My day is going to be a long one. I did the thing where you're kind of like, yep, I have time. I don't need to like fully finish this. I can work on this other thing, and I never learn, guys. I never learn. All right, so what I'm thinking is I don't like this crown type thing. Like there's this kind of face, I guess, that actually accidentally came out of this. I didn't intend to kind of give it a character like that. But it looks like he's kind of wearing this weird crown thing. But I don't like this shape, so I'm actually gonna just erase it and see if I can kind of create something that I like better. And probably what I should do is try and look at this as just the shape language stuff. I talk about it every once in a while. I mean, good reminder, when in doubt, add a kitty or a droid, both good options. So maybe we'll end up going that route if this kind of process doesn't end up resolving within the next hour, I would say. I'm going to try and like figure out this sketch by lunch. And I feel like we might be able to do it before then. Like I want to have it silhouette blocked in by lunch. And then it's just kind of like after lunch, we're doing that rendering, getting the metal looking like very good. And we might add a little extra something to it that I'll talk about after. And it should be pretty interesting. It's kind of taking it to another level. That's all I'll say about that. Okay, so what I'm seeing right now. All right, so I'm going to do this on another layer. And right now I'm just going to try and kind of address the shapes and see if we can kind of like create something that's more balanced and interesting. So we have kind of like this kind of big shapes here going to like a medium shape here, and this kind of flows into the object there. And then this one's pretty big, and then this is like just a bit slightly bigger. But like there isn't a lot of like incredible contrast. Like I feel like the arm has some interesting contrast. Like this being thin is neat. This being kind of like a box and fairly bulky and heavy on top of this thin thing that's kind of like a little off center of this, you know, like decently sized but round thing, and then this other thing extending from it, and it actually kind of has a bit of it cut out in the center, I think, something more like that. So that kind of like has an interesting read to me. But then this kind of just shape here, I'm like, I don't feel like that's very interesting. So what I want to do is maybe kind of like have more variety in it. So I'm thinking is the mouse, the Paragon boss, has these hoses and stuff that are kind of like swinging off of it, and that's a little more interesting. That kind of leads the eye in interesting ways. So if we go from the arm, we're kind of creating this kind of swoop direction through it. So what if we extend that? So we have this swoop come down, and then we have these kind of hoses and stuff kind of flinging off of this, kind of creating some kinetics. And then these can be a bit thinner too, so there's kind of a little bit more of that variety of shape. And already that feels so much more kind of interesting to me, where there's, you know, a good contrast of design. Don't know if that would flick up there, but let's go with it. Let's see. Some very good kind of like comments and analysis in the chat right now. I like it. Yeah, when you think of tactical, you think of thin, wiry, elongated, not thick and chunky and bulky. Yeah, because I agree, that does feel more like physical, whereas it should be more nimble and precise and accurate. So I think you might be a little more on the money with that, trying to create something that looks a lot more elegant and kind of you know, efficient or something like that. Just had a lot of robot eyes and lasers. I mean, not a bad idea as well. I think that, you know, if you do that, it's kind of like, yeah, that looks pretty powerful. It's able to analyze and destroy, so that's pretty good. The Fat Cat is the most tactical of all the traps, though. You are quite right. So yeah, what the suggestion of kind of like more thin and elegant and elongated and stuff, I think is actually pretty valid. So I can try and kind of, maybe the hand itself will look more delicate, but then it also might look a bit weaker because of that too. So I don't want it to feel like it's not powerful, but at the same time, of course, when you're looking at like high-tech designs, you know, a lot of the time they are very elegant and thin and beautiful, but they also are quite imposing because they're, you know, they look efficient. So the enraged chrome kitty. I think I do want to include that kind of like the gem. Doesn't need to be there, but I think that would be, you know, good for the design. I like the idea of kind of tying this with the aesthetic of the mice. And I do like this power source potential, but maybe I need to kind of shrink it down and kind of create that variety of shapes and just like a difference of sizes. So the body of this could be the biggest if we want, but that doesn't feel like, that feels more like a physical kind of thing. Like I almost want the tech to be the big imposing thing. So I like the arm being actually the kind of the bulkiest. To me, that feels like it would be kind of the most showing like what's important about this design. So I feel like I'll keep that pretty big, but we can do things like kind of add some elegance to the design of it. You know, maybe kind of like add some unnecessary aesthetics to it. You know, it wouldn't need that level of detail and precision in the design to be, you know, effective or something. But because it has it, it looks more advanced and cool. So that might help with the feeling of kind of like, oh, it's not a physical trap. It's, you know, not brute strength. It's quite elegant and well designed or something. At least that's the idea that would be nice to convey if possible. What it could be is the center of it, instead of being like a hunk of rock, what if it was maybe more kind of like built on this almost like a Dyson cube, or a Dyson sphere, I guess, um, where it's like made of these kind of cool and interesting looking bands. I think maybe the Forgotten Trap has that, where it's like, you know, that kind of model of the early Atom. But maybe it's kind of bands of metal, kind of intricately kind of wrapping around and interacting, almost like a pocket watch. Kind of the guts of a pocket watch is kind of what I'm imagining, where there's layers of cogs and gears and mechanical stuff. Here I am saying like, oh, I'm gonna try and make this like a quick and easy thing. Nope, probably not what's gonna end up happening, but is it more interesting and cool? I might imagine that it is. And so, to me, that's what I want. All right. Yeah, the bands I think could be interesting. I'm not sure if I want to show kind of like the hunks of the island. I actually don't think it's necessary. I like the idea of, oh, that's why it floats, but I don't think it has to have that at all. It could, if we want to show that, be just kind of like a single rock in the center, but then it almost kind of like pushes it into the like magical realm, unless I have kind of like pieces of the tech kind of like, you know, wired into it or something like that. I don't know, that might be kind of cool actually. I'll leave it for now. All right, so I liked the tank thing, and I'm like just throwing everything out, aren't I? Fine without the rock, yeah. The central core, yeah, exactly. I think that this might be kind of the way to show that kind of cool tech. All right, so what if there was a rotating part here, and this was almost the lens that it has. And I'm doing that ellipse totally wrong. And this could be where that gem would be, because I do want to have that. But this is a point of rotation. It's an axis that maybe these kind of plates can all kind of slide along. And so it kind of has this like a core that it can expose and kind of close and open, perhaps. I don't know if this makes any sense, but I'm just kind of going with what's coming into my brain right now, and I'll try and spit it out onto the page. And this is what I was doing yesterday when I kind of created that other sketch. I just kind of, you know, whatever wanted to come out onto the page did, and usually it works, but I just didn't feel like it was quite balanced enough. And I almost want to like make it standing, you know, just kind of give it these weird like robot legs that are horrifying. I like those cables, so I want to bring those back. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a gross bug. Yeah, it does. It does make me think of that. That's a good point. Ooh, +1 for the idea of having an entire trap background as the trap, like the Admiral Galleon. Oh boy, those are fun to do, but that's a lot. That'd be really cool though. I should do more stuff like that. I don't know if I'll do it for this one though. Yeah, yeah, nothing too surprising about this thing being dangerous. So maybe not the best tactical. Now it's just like a weird piston at the top here. All right, so that's certainly one direction to take it. So I think we can keep the arm pretty well. I don't think that this is where I want to go necessarily. I do like the idea of this floating kind of core that it has, and it like has just things that it attaches to itself, and that can kind of like make it more powerful, perhaps. Yeah, that mouse is quite creepy. All right, so let's copy that. All right, so get rid of these creepy legs. Don't know about the way that the core ended up working. If I move this, all right, and then so I kind of like that sphere, the bands. Maybe I want to like give more care and attention to how that would look. So this would obviously be attached to something, and that needs to be pretty stable. So we'll give their like arm a shoulder effectively. And looking at the mouse that we created, there is actually kind of these big shoulder plates that it has. So I'm just gonna, you know, use those, because that would actually be a nice kind of call out to the area. So I'll just toss that on there. I'll move the arm just a little bit. Maybe it's more like that. Cool. All right. So this is kind of bolted onto the side there, and now I'm kind of thinking, well, what if this is a different shoulder? So now it has the two of them. And I'm kind of worried that it could end up feeling very physical, kind of, because a lot of the physical traps are just kind of like these big mechanical beasts, and I don't want to tread into that really. So I want to kind of, yeah, I want to create that more like high-tech, kind of less gonna punch you, more gonna do cool science. Yeah, just basically it's the mouse's mechanical suit without the mouse in it. More robot arms. I do hear you, and I think that that might be the way to go in the end. Just more arms. One big beefy arm, lots of little nimble ones. Move the big eye looking thing to the bottom as a floating mechanism. Oh, okay, that's a neat idea. Kind of removing that kind of like character that the physical ones have, almost. Kind of creating this gemstone thing that it hovers from. So that's potential there. Just add the droids. I mean, you know what? Like, that's kind of the joker in my pocket, the ace up my sleeve. If I really need to, I can just kind of toss a couple of those fun little droids on there, and that might be all it needs to kind of like get there. I don't want to always kind of fall back onto that though, but you know what, might come to it. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't have much surprise and deception. The droids often kind of like add that element as a thing. They're kind of like, they look a little mischievous, unpredictable. So maybe that's what it does need in the end to really kind of work. Do we like this sphere? Does that do anything for this? like I agree, it doesn't have that kind of challenge to it. The like surprise. Like I feel like, oh, maybe if I show this kind of cool clockwork core, that will be like, ooh, that's interesting and mysterious, and I don't know what it is. It looks like it could be a trap that would spring. You know, maybe like there's just lots of kind of plates that, ooh, okay. I just have an idea of like, well, what if it's kind of this big mechanical mystery where it's like it's got all these kind of like, clearly this opens up, and you know there's segments that kind of indicate that there's more than meets the eye with this. Like, would that be something that works? Um, I feel like maybe that would work, where it's kind of like, I don't know what this is. Don't touch it. It's dangerous. Uh, that could be kind of, you know, I mean, just kind of really random doodle, but something like that might feel a little more kind of in line with the concept of what tactical probably should be. Because right now, when I'm kind of working on tactical stuff, at least in the floating islands, very specifically, it's super tech based. It's all about the steampunk, kind of crazy inventions, wild kind of who knows what this does. Um, but that said, I also think that I could kind of like double down on the like, yeah, who knows what this does, you know, really make it look like it can do a whole bunch of stuff, but at the same time, you know, not actually having to display that. And then it can be up to the player to kind of be like, oh, this is what I imagine it does. And I use a lot of that in the game, where I kind of like imply something, but don't necessarily show specifically that, and then it's up to the player to kind of come up with what it means for them. Like when the game first came out, the traps that I worked on were like specifically, you know, this is giant knives that chop up the mouse board, and you know, it's kind of like specific and horrifying. Um, and I've tried to kind of keep away from those kind of elements of traps. I don't actually kind of like the concept behind what that would mean. And of course, it's a very kind of, you know, at least the way that I think about it, very whimsical and silly game where, you know, it's cartoon-ish in that element. But I also like the kind of the like mystery in a lot of the traps where it has kind of, you know, threatening and potent looking tools, but you know what those do and how they're used is never really kind of too in your face. And I think sometimes the descriptions will kind of like lay out ideas behind it, but when I'm designing them, I try not to kind of like get too specific with what exactly anything does, and people can kind of just make it up. So if they want it to be like terrifying and monstrous, you know, that's what it can do for them. But otherwise, it's just, you know, whatever other idea you have about how it works, and I like that. So I think that's the direction I'm going with. My rambling perhaps has gotten me to a point where I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's just make it like this weird, just mechanical ball that has things coming out of it. And so it's almost like a Swiss Army knife of traps. Only it's not, you know, screwdrivers and knives and stuff popping out of it. It's kind of like weird folded plates and, you know, capacitors, and the robot arm at least is kind of something that's like, I understand what this is at least, so I can kind of work with that. Yeah, lasers, you know, lasers are good. Not a bad idea to have lasers. All right, so let's see. I feel like I've been falling behind on the chat. Yeah, it's a sneaky, deadly Pokeball. All right. Yeah, yeah. Some of the trap descriptions are quite something. I agree. Just they just drop forever. All right. Retro computer. Yeah. I like that. That's kind of the future of the tactical trap. Is like right now we're in the steampunk era, and then we'll get to the kind of like computer tech, and then yeah, there's one of them that could be just a very fun game that draws the mouse in every 15 minutes, and they're just trapped at it forever. Got to keep sounding that harp. All right, the bell. All right, so what if the arm was looming in the background of the death ball, waiting for the mouse to get distracted? You know what? That's not a bad idea, because right now it's kind of like off to the side, like, come on in. But if it's behind, it's at least kind of like, oh yeah, come on in. There's nothing here. So that might be a way to kind of address the kind of hiding anticipation. So if I flip this, that right now it's kind of like this here. This here is what's kind of presented to the mouse coming up to the trap, and here's the cheese and all that. So this kind of looks like it's more hidden now, so that's a good idea. I mean, maybe I would swap. Do you think maybe I should flip the hand? Because right now it's facing away. And this might be a bit harder to fit in the scene. But now it's kind of like more like a scorpion tail, kind of like it's kind of like ready to strike. And that might be kind of the direction that would work. I'm gonna have to change so much about the initial sketch of that hand. Like, see how it's going away from us in perspective? Basically gonna have to redraw the whole thing, or just draw another hand. Keep this one. Why not? This one could just be tucked up into the side of it, smaller. Okay, I feel like I'm getting some progress on this. I feel like things are kind of starting to be exciting. So let's go with something more like this. So we have kind of like one kind of poised, ready to strike. I like that. This one, I'm just going to duplicate because I don't want to lose all that interesting detail. This one, I'm just going to like shrink down. It's much smaller. It's more utilitarian, perhaps. Or maybe it's legs. Do we want to go that way? I mean, maybe this is just kind of like right off to the side, and we don't show the shoulder bit. Or is this maybe better rotated? Being around the back like that. Yeah, distracting the mouse with like a bunch of computer screens, that could be interesting. Just kind of, you know, like stuff displayed on the face of it. I think that could be neat. What if it's just like a cluster of arms back here? That's kind of spooky and interesting. Like almost like a squid of arms. So they don't need to be big, but because they're small and there's a lot of them, then it's like, oh no, like when it activates, it just kind of just, it starts as this cute little ball kind of, you know, floating along, and then it just kind of like reaches out. That's kind of cool. Okay, maybe that. Maybe let's try something like that. So we could duplicate this just for the sake of brevity. See if this concept has anything going for it. And we could have just, let's say, 3 of these. So we'll have to just kind of really quickly whip up this last middle one. And that one's kind of tucked up and looking right at us. So I'll have to draw that out better later. But that's kind of interesting. And then I like the interactions of the gears and kind of like spindles and stuff back there. So that could be cool. Boy, oh boy, this is going to be interesting to try and kind of get right. So I need to try and keep it simple and efficient. But yeah, the perspectives on this could be quite cool and challenging. So I'll try not to lose too much time on that. As I stated, my goal is to have this the drawing and silhouette ready by 1 o'clock. So I have an hour and 20 minutes, which is not a lot of time for doing kind of like tech sketches, but I think with the arms the way they are, at least the outer ones, that's not a bad place to jump off from. This one, because there's a lot of foreshortening, I can maybe kind of like really get away with a lot of stuff. Generally, foreshortening can actually make it much more challenging to look right. Another thing is this arm could be different from the other 2 if we wanted. It could also be poised differently, because right now they're tucked up. And with this angle, I feel like that maybe makes it a little more challenging. But if this one's kind of like stretched out and getting ready to strike. Maybe that. It's a little more. I don't know. It's a lot. Also, now that I'm kind of like looking at it again, these elbows are really kind of like pointing inward, right? Coming towards us. So it makes me think that actually the shoulder would be like right there. Do we need a 3rd one? Am I just overcomplicating? I think I'm just overcomplicating this, guys. If I just have these 2, it still works for this kind of hidden, you know, surprise attack. And what if I like the kind of, oh, it could just be like the pressure tank thing, you know, the steampunk valves and kind of, you know, that system. I wanted to have that steam tank on the back. Still, this could be kind of where that would rest. And this has a slightly different perspective than I had intended originally. Am I losing people with this? Just wonder. Yeah, there you go. Lure the mouse in with free charging port. Yeah, I'm not like beholden to any of these designs necessarily, so you know, we can try all kinds of different stuff if we want. Let's see. I was actually thinking, well, what if these swapped places? That might actually solve my perspective. Maybe not. Maybe it will. I have a phone call. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute. There's just a delivery at the door, so I'll be Hello, I'm back. Sorry about the longer than expected uh, awayness. So I was just downstairs waiting for delivery that got called in of some envelopes, and I ended up being down there with like four other people that the delivery person had called in advance. So we were all just like waiting there, and like one of the guys was like, "Where is he? Like, I'm in the middle of a call with a client. Like, I need to get back to that," and we're just kind of waiting. So yeah, it was amusing. Okay, so what do we think the arm's facing this way? They're kind of like less threatening, I suppose. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. Maybe it feels less kind of like intense, which could be maybe more kind of physical trap if they're kind of less intense. Just trying to figure out what would be a nice angle for these. Yeah, so I kind of explained to the other person who was like, "Where are they?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm in the middle of a stream right now. This is not ideal." Um, yeah. Okay, so let me see what I'm missing in the chat. Like that idea. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing some stuff. Invites the mice to retire. Recharging for. Okay, I did see that. Yeah, I am actually thinking of those kind of squid things from the Matrix, I think. Um, just one arm. Okay. Less like the Sentinels, but still fun. Single Scorpion arm works. Yeah, okay. Too much with all those arms. Yeah, I don't think we would do kind of the Sentinel level of arms. That would be a bit much. I do kind of like the idea of multiple arms, though. To me, that kind of says, like, it's more precise and nimble if it can kind of, like, control all of those at the same time. That, to me, is kind of interesting. Right now, I don't know why, but I'm picturing these, like, it makes me think of a spaceship's engines. I don't know why, but that's where my brain goes. With the way they're kind of lined up, I think. They look like, could be kind of like, you know, like a Y-Wings engines or something, you know, where it's kind of, maybe it'd be more like an A-Wing, but, you know, just kind of these engine ports coming out of it, but actually, oh, those are arms. And I do actually kind of like imagine there is like a third or maybe a fourth one, so there is that kind of like symmetry going on, but that's not necessarily important. Okay. And now I'm like, oh, it's a triangle, a floating triangle, I guess. Just because of the layout of the arms. And now it's just a spaceship, a weird, ugly spaceship with arms. So probably not going that direction, but I wanted to just throw that out there because that's where my brain was going with it. Alright, so this might be an okay place right now, though. Something here. So I have an hour. I'm giving myself an hour with the sketch. Alex rolled their ankle. Unfortunate. Alright. The arm is making it difficult. The arms don't have to be all the same design, also true. More variants. Yeah. Okay. A little more into the just single arm scorpion poised idea. It's shrugging, yeah. I like that. Okay. Other arms could be buzzsaw laser. See, with that, it's suddenly a death bot, you know? Like, I feel like that's a little too close to those designs. So I think I need to make it different still. I need to, like, I guess those are more like characters, you know, like with faces and a body, and I want to make this more ephemeral and kind of like weird, um, surgeon bot kind of thing. So maybe that's different enough. Yes, space. One day. One day. I mean, we're working our way up the atmosphere is the idea right now. Yeah, that's it. It's a trap. That is the trap. This thing flies up, grabs a mouse, and just flies to space. Goodbye, mouse. All right. Yeah, so I'm thinking like Surgeon Bot is kind of like aesthetically the direction, not necessarily what I want it to say, but like that feeling of like, oh, it's like super kind of tiny moving precision, that kind of feeling. Lots of mobility and servos and stuff. So that's a way we could deal with this. Let's try this scorpion thing again real quick, though. I want to see if that might still work. The challenge is the perspective on this. I want it to kind of like come forward, right? And I think that can be done with a pretty simple tweak to it. So right now, this is the perspective that would make sense for me, but the arm is going away from us. So what if I just take this actually leave that part. Okay. What if we now have, now it's like super poised and kind of like, you know, ready to strike. I don't think I want it to be like an actual scorpion's tail, but now I'm just kind of like getting that message across. But like, see how it's kind of coiled up, if you will. So there's an extra segment, which just means that it can kind of like extend even further, and that's kind of interesting to me. So I like the idea of kind of bringing it back into that robot hand, right? It's a little more of a kind of like, it's gonna like flick out and snatch, right? It's very like fast and nimble. So like that could be kind of the feeling that we try to create with this. Can't, you know, dodge this. It's too sneaky, too fast. That's the tactical element about it. It like, you know, your reaction time isn't fast enough. Something like that. You go for that cheese, this thing's gonna pick you up off of your feet and put you into, you know, wherever the hunter wants or whatever. Who knows? Yeah, something like this maybe. So just one arm, but it's fast. And I think to show how fast it is, making it look more lightweight is useful. So it can be very thin and kind of, maybe we like extend this up a bit. And it kind of like extends out, so it has kind of some pneumatic kind of pipes, so it can kind of like extend forward using those. And then because there's pneumatics, we can have kind of some hoses and stuff that pump those. Maybe even make these fingers thinner and more spindly. Probably try and make them, you know, point in a unified direction. Let me like just try and actually use the perspective that I've given myself. That might help. Let's just kind of clean this whole thing up. I think the direction is not a bad one. Okay, so we have kind of this is kind of the perspective that the arm is currently oriented to. So try and keep that in mind when I create this. I like this elbow joint quite a bit actually, so I think I'm going to replicate it because that helps kind of create that language of it kind of like coiling up, ready to strike by kind of having these oriented to kind of spring out. And then this one, I think I'll have it be kind of slightly extended, so it's a little more ready than the base, the joint before it. Okay, I feel like I'm getting something that I like. Check in with the chat and make sure I'm not completely off though. Hybrid of a crab, scorpion, and squid. Ooh, actually that's such a cool concept. Now I'm kind of picturing it having kind of like more of a crab body, like this kind of flat, squat disc with like arms or something like that. So like what if it did have kind of this disc shape here, and then there's kind of these almost like pincers, and then I think I want, I mean, it's like, I feel like we could make this cute at the same time, and I think that would be really fun to do. I would like to do that. So I know that I was like, oh, I don't want to give it a face, but now I want to give it a face. I'm actually, no, I really like the concept of like making it kind of more of a crustacean style creature. To me, that just seems fun. But like really keeping it very steampunk at the same time. Big-eyed scorpion like Lucas the Spider. Lucas the Spider is so cute. I feel like a lot of people will hate this. Just want to have a droid riding this Roomba. Yep. I'll get rid of the spider eyes. Yeah, Lucas the Spider is so cute. I like him. All right. Let's see. So I'm going to make that a bit thinner up there, but keep that perspective in mind. This ellipse is, so these are coming out at that angle. This would match. So the widest point of the ellipse is 90 degrees perpendicular to that axis. Words, what do they mean? All right. And then this is kind of, so these have like a band between them that like kind of pulls and opens up this elbow, or at least that's kind of one way that I interpreted that may be working. And these are actually going like this. So that's really wide open. That's almost kind of, you know, like more than 60 degrees extended. Maybe I want to bring that in a bit more. I feel like that's maybe a bit too extended. So something more like this might be good. Sorry if this isn't the most entertaining. Trying to invent weird technology that I honestly would not understand. Maybe not the best thing for a live show. Okay, so I think that this is the right direction though. So I can probably kind of just smudge this in and kind of, you know, kerfuddle it in whatever it would be, and then do this kind of little hand type thing. 3 fingers, 4 fingers, 2 fingers. What would work? I feel like more is more kind of precision required. 4 might be a little too much though. 3 seems like the smart kind of number. 3 points of contact is stable. So do that. So it's like it almost looks like breakable, I guess. They're not very kind of like thick and punchy and strong. So maybe that's good for the feeling we want. Just kind of like a thin little finger that grasps. Dink. So we could start with this. We'll go from this sketch to kind of like something a little more refined when we have all the other details kind of hammered out. We do have an hour to kind of like really make sure we like this direction, so I'm going to move on from the tail hand. And then going to move on from the tail hand, I say. That's what's happening. Totally see me not drawing this part of the design anymore. Yep. Okay. So I like the idea of there being kind of like these cables kind of coming off of it. So that feels like it would do those kinds of kind of snappy motions, kind of neat. I feel like for the front of this, maybe I want to shorten it. Just kind of tuck it in a little bit, kind of squash it down. Just because I'm imagining this thing kind of like snapping over, and I don't want it to get in the way of itself. I want this to kind of like extend, 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 and for that to look like it would kind of work effectively. I don't want it to get in its own way. So I just kind of squished the body in. Now, going into kind of the shape balance, I think we can probably push and pull for more interest and contrast as well. I feel like right now is the best time to try and really go to extremes with it, right? Because I don't have any of the actual kind of like clean line work and designs for the body. We have the tail hand, the hand tail, the whip arm, the whatever we want to call it. That feels resolved enough. I can probably just go into rendering and it will turn out great. The body, I'm not like sure where I want that to go, what that is. Just working on the basic shapes, so let's push those. Let's just try and see how far we can go. So one of the things that's very important to kind of creating the visual aspect of life and vitality and energy in animation is the concept of like, you know, squash and stretch. So you have your ball, and then if it's like smashing down on the ground, it squashes out, and then if it's like erupting off of the ground, it like stretches out, you know. So boom, impact, and then just kind of fires off. So I'm kind of thinking, like, because we want this arm to feel, squashed, it's doing that kind of like crushed impact thing of the ball hitting the ground, right? I want it to feel like it's squeezing that energy together to kind of give that even more potent, kind of like tuck down, squeezed energy. If we extend another part of it, kind of like really kind of bring that up and stretch that out, maybe that helps push that feeling, where this almost feels like it's stretched instead of kind of squashed. That might kind of like create a nicer, more interesting kind of balance between those and contrast between those. So yeah, so we have this, I like the idea of this kind of like squat body and these kind of pincer kind of things. So now I'm thinking, well, instead of just having these kinds of kind of like crab claws, which is what I was gonna kind of go towards, what if we take what those could have been and we use those to really stretch, right? And so that's what those came out of. That was kind of like the idea behind, this is just a really stretched crab claw to kind of like push that feeling. And I mean, in the end, it probably won't look like a crab claw at all, but like your kind of internal subconscious might read the kind of different pieces and put it together. So it doesn't matter if it does or it doesn't, but like the base that I'm kind of working off of at least has some reasoning. Scorpions, they're interesting. They have tails that kind of like, this is how they hunt things or they defend themselves. They can use these as defensive kind of, keeping their prey or their target back, and then their tail strikes and does the work. So, it makes sense that this would have whatever these are, and it'll use it defensively, let's say. So these are going to be more kind of shielding elements. And then the body of it, right now we have kind of like some big shapes. This is kind of like one big shape maybe. This is, other big shapes. So do we go even bigger? Which that's kind of getting in the way of the tail, right? Or do we try and go quite a bit smaller and create an interesting kind of contrast between those even? So like, how small can we make this and still have it work? Or it's almost just these weird claw shields and a tail. Is this anything? I'm not necessarily feeling that it is, but let's explore it. Always got to do the challenging weird thing live, don't I? Alright. I almost want to like push it to the ultimate extremes, like, okay, let's just hide that by erasing it completely and destroying it. So we have this kind of tiny platform here. Maybe that's where it all kind of extends out from. And then from that there's these tiny little arms. I'm just like seeing how far I can kind of like make these shapes go before it's like, okay, that's overkill. Or like, what if these are just gigantic? This is going to be too big to actually see through, so that's probably too much. it's kind of blocking some of that information I want it to give. And it's like, if it was different materials, I could maybe like make this see-through or something like that, and then I could still show what I want to show, but that might be a little hard with just the kind of like steampunk brass and bronze kind of aesthetic. So that all has a bad read. I don't think it's clear. I kind of liked where it was before. Somewhere around here. Maybe a little bigger on the body. Yeah, it does kind of feel like it skews back into the physical territory with these massive kind of honkin' beef shields. So yeah, you're right. Maybe that's not the direction. So instead, let's go another direction. When we were kind of starting to explore this, we had this kind of like idea of this really weird complex sphere that like almost is a distractor for this kind of scorpion tail attack thing, right? And it has all these kind of segmented plates. Also, if we make this bigger than the tail, then maybe that helps kind of balance that like feeling of it being less about the physical attack and less kind of like powerful punching and more about that precise, super fast strike. So I think that a bigger orb sphere thingy maybe helps. But I still like the idea of the squash and stretch and the like the claw thing. So I'm thinking that we can kind of show the squash and stretch through the shapes on this. So we'll keep the back of this feeling more kind of squished down and this feeling more stretched out, right? I don't know if that's going to be the clearest, but I think that that's doable. So all the elements over here can be kind of horizontally stacked and kind of tightly kind of crumpled together, and the plates are sliding onto each other and just squashing together. Who knows what these actually are, but we'll just go with it for now. But then in the front, I like the idea of there being the kind of fanned, sorry, not fanned, those kind of pincer type shapes. So I'll have those kind of maybe popped out just slightly. But like not threateningly like the previous kind of towers of giant powerful walls of metal. Right? These are just kind of popped out like that. And then because of the kind of shape, they're more kind of stretched and elongated this way. Have things kind of maybe plated. And I don't think this is going to look like a whole lot until things maybe start to layer over each other at the end just right. Hopefully it'll work. Yeah, just a giant ball of cogs. There you go. Easy. Easy answer. I like it. You're not wrong. That's kind of probably what it'll end up going towards at a certain point. Yeah, so I'm gonna have these kind of like maybe looking like they're segmented and stretching out. Trying to think of like cool watch design too. I think that that's kind of the aesthetic that we'll want. A lot of steampunk kind of, really looks at the kind of intricate pocket watch kind of design aesthetic. where those creators didn't need to necessarily put that on display and have it be aesthetically balanced and so cool and precise, but that is exactly why they did it, because it looked awesome. So trying to kind of get that feel in this, that would be nice. Certainly a challenge, but worthy. So just going to try and use the perspective of the base a little bit more to inform where these would line up. All right. So we could, if we want, have like those kind of gems be, you know, on the front of it or something like that. It could also be kind of the pivot points of things. Maybe they're kind of elbow, they accent, stuff like that. Since there's this, the whole thing is a big sphere, having kind of discs and such is good. There was a lot of talk about the interesting kind of potential of those kind of rings that are kind of like moving around it. I think we can kind of use that too. I like the idea of being able to see inside of it as well. So I want to combine all of those things into this. So I think if I want the back to feel compressed, I wouldn't be able to see in it. All the stuff is kind of coming together and squishing up. Whereas the front, maybe that's opened and kind of like you can kind of see inside easier. Things have slid out of the way. Another thing about steampunk is a lot of the time it's not asymmetrical, or it is asymmetrical. It's not symmetrical. So I think I need to kind of also use that. I'm hitting weird hotkeys that I do not need to. Okay. Working on like weird unknown technology is always an interesting challenge where it just looks really bad until it suddenly might look acceptable. So bear with me. I think we will manage to get there. I have managed to maybe create some things in the game that are interesting to look at technology, arguably, perhaps. So hopefully that's enough for me to be able to do this with any kind of competency. We shall see, though. All right. Enticing golden glow within. Yeah, I like it. All about those kind of mysterious glow on design. Don't want to get too caught up in Greeble at this stage. I have 30 minutes for this design portion. All right. Greeble comes at the end when you need to kind of like create noise in a design to kind of make it less important. Creating some balance. Yeah. All right. This isn't quite doing anything. There's not any like clear kind of like this is kind of like, you know, a plate here. This is an opening here. Let's see. Okay. So I still want to have these be pretty tall and feel like they're stretched. Doable. Can do. Okay. And I can use some aesthetic from the mouse to kind of like add some interest to that. Cool. I like that. Just some nice detailing that is familiar. All right, and then this, I think I'll kind of work on the biggest shapes is always kind of the best place to start. So let's start with the top, because I feel like the top maybe has the most protections, and then the underside is more open, and there's bits that are exposed. Kind of like how maybe a scorpion would be. Maybe the top shell is the chitin is more protective, and there's like segments that are overlapping, whereas the stomach is maybe a little more vulnerable. Looks like the perfect place to put a droid. You might be right. I won't discount that potential. Okay, and then I'm also trying to think of it as in the front here is, you know, trying to stretch out, just so that the back can feel even more compressed. So I want to try and still keep those concepts. So what if I just kind of Pokemon ball here, Pokeball it, just kind of divide it right down the middle. And then I have a plate here that's very big and open, and then I kind of compress these even more. So now we're getting into the kind of like layered chitin that a scorpion has, where there's kind of these plates. I don't know if they're, yeah, they're probably segmented. But just kind of using that concept. And then, so the ones at the front are bigger and more open, and the ones at the back are starting to kind of compress together. So that kind of creates that squished back there maybe a little bit. And I don't need to kind of create that perfect sphere either. I think I would probably benefit from trying to break that a little bit. Probably not right there though. But like these could just be flat. So they're like what was once a flat piece of metal then is just kind of curved. Right? And then there's kind of like the pivot joint there and rounded edges that it's not slicing into stuff. But basically this could be all pivoted around one point. That's like a weird kind of rolling bug shell thing. Kind of curls up into a ball and can roll away. It's an armadillo. But essentially that lets this kind of silhouette just have a little bit more contrast in shape. So you have kind of like these round and then flat. So there's just a little more interest in that. So soft and then hard-edged, and rounded. And that at least is just a little more interesting to look at. But then we can kind of vary the kind of, you know, what's actually happening on the surface of these, create a nice, interesting texture. But that's kind of like a less important detail. You know, that's another shape within a shape. So right now we're just working on the outside reed, the main kind of silhouette of it. So if I was just to fill this in, you know, can you kind of tell what those shapes are? Probably not super effectively. So I feel like I am creating some kind of like weird scorpion creature bug thing, and now I kind of want to give it a face. But probably don't want to. All right, let's look at the midline on this, kind of figure out where the center of these would be something like that. So this kind of comes up here, comes forward into the middle. Now I'm like kind of thinking of it like a prawn or something, and there'd be like these little kind of legs. Now it's really creepy, but like it has some nice contrast at the same time. Kind of, you know, thin, long things. There's too many of them now. I hate it. But if it has cute eyes, it's even worse. There's too many eyes. Yep. Get rid of that nightmare. Yeah, like I think that I could create that kind of feel of like thin, kind of like mechanical things. They're not legs, but like that idea of there being all those like little intricate, fragile kind of systems down there. So it could be like a coiled spring, and like just the like the hoses, maybe something like that. It had like those gems just down along that ridge. It feels very imposing. Like those are eyes now. Front claw shields being fortified crystal. Ooh, that could be kind of cool. That could be neat. Alright, what if these shoulders were more segments? I do like putting this kind of ductwork on the designs. This piping is in a lot of places. It kind of has this cheesy, kind of low-tech, but still, you know, more kind of advanced feeling. So I think I'll include that somewhere at least. It feels neat because then it's just kind of like these weird like maybe they extend and kind of pull back like that weird the tubing that you can kind of crinkle fold makes that a good noise. Something like that. Legs could be maybe be thin but wide plates at the top. They get smaller as they go down. Yeah, like that's a nice aesthetic. So there is this group that I admire for their just capability to just take it to 11 when it comes to shape design. I believe their Creature Box is the name. I haven't actually looked at their stuff recently. It's been a while. But they will like literally go as far as possible with their kind of shape language. So what they would probably do is, let's see, I wonder if this will work. Kind of like just really, this is probably not the most ideal way to handle this, but like just kind of really go all out on just kind of creating that interesting variety. You know what? I don't actually hate that. Now the tail might have a little difficulty getting over the body there, but that's kind of fun. But at the same time, it's like, well, this might start to feel a little too kind of physical, that kind of meatiness. And this is also definitely not the right kind of way to handle what they would do. They would like, you know, they would have this huge plate at the front, but then the back would just turn into like a needle in comparison, and just like really kind of, and then like stretch this way out to the side. Have it like really come off of this. I don't know. Maybe this is actually going to work. I probably should have done this as a separate layer, but let's just go. I definitely should have done this as a separate layer. What am I doing? It's very dangerous. Yeah, this feels more kind of like physical. Then they'd have like this tiny like leg coming off of it, and then it'd turn into this big thick grasshopper leg or something like that, you know. Just those kinds of extremes. Let's see what it looked like in comparison. Okay, so that's like so much more tame, right? It feels less interesting now to look at it like this. So, danger croissant. Let's go back to where we ended up and take the leg out. I don't like the leg. But if I go to my history, which is hiding back here, let's just move this down here for now. Alright, that's not where I want it. I'll put it down here. There we go. Okay, if I go to history, and let's see, can I just like copy this layer? And then, uh-oh. Shoot. Okay. Not very good with managing my history properly. This is why I should have done a separate layer. Okay, well, let's just try that again. Duplicated the layer. Now I have that in case I need to go back to it. Let's try this again. I'm going to actually take this arm off and made a bad selection. Alright, take this arm off, put it as a different layer, and now modify this and go crazy. So really stretch this out. So I like the front of it really being just the thickest. The back kind of probably going. Am I going too far? Is that even a thing that's allowed? It like looks like it has teeth now. Weird mouth. Don't like that. Okay. I don't know, maybe this isn't as effective as the first transform that I did. Now that's a chonky boy. It is a chonky boy. You're right. But yeah, it's coming up in the chat where it's like, well, do we want a chonky boy? Again, that makes it feel a little more like physical power type. Whereas one of the kind of like themes that I threw there was like a surgical robot. It's probably doesn't have that feel to it anymore, right? Maybe if this is kind of more up here. I just want to see how far I can go with the extremes on this. You know, with 20 minutes left to actually kind of get that sketch working. Okay, I kind of like little arms here. This big chunky pipe is not a little arm. Too chunky? Might be too chunky. Too bad I lost the variant I had created. Yeah. Not sold on that. This feels a little more workable. But yeah, I think I just liked this plate here being a little more prominent. Get rid of that weird teeth smile, toothy smile thing. Look at the chat more. Also mechanical wings, please? Yes. Yeah, fortified croissant. That's what this creature is, with this trap, rather. It's not a creature, it's a trap. I mean, the Warpath trap is like basically a flailing croissant, right? Tactical croissant. Okay, you know, I don't dislike the shapes. I think that, you know, maybe I don't need to push it to those extremes. That is a stylistic choice that wouldn't actually fit the game. So, you know, it's good to experiment like that, but I don't think it's gonna work necessarily anyways for what I want the feel of this to be in the end. I do want it to feel a little more kind of like, yep, this is grounded in this kind of universe. If everything had kind of like crazy squash and stretch extreme shape language, then that would be what I would want for sure, but it doesn't, and that's a-okay. All right. So I'm just kind of thinking of like, well, we could put some interesting kind of like Greeble down there, the kind of like watchmaker, steampunk coolness, weird kind of like segmented plates, springs and cogs, and then I think that I want to have a little bit more of that exposed here. So do we just open up the sides is the question now. So maybe these are just kind of like flat plates that just kind of are stacked like that. But then there's these open sides to show more of the guts. I think that could be cool. yeah, like the way that I'm picturing this now, it can all just kind of like fold up into a ball. The way that it kind of like unfolds and extends out pieces, so like that arm swivels in, and this whole thing just kind of clockwork kind of mechanical, uh, uh, scorpion ball thing that just kind of unfolds into this. Um, and that would actually be fun to kind of like design how that all works, but we do not have that amount of time. Instead, we'll just imagine that is how it works. So yeah, someone mentioned these being more like tusks, and actually that's kind of a neat way to like frame it as well. I like that because they're really tucked in there in the kind of like the face mouth region. So I'm quite all right with that being the feeling. All right, so these are kind of plates here for the arms of the plates that allow it to pivot off of this central pivot that this pipe arm is connected to. Maybe. Do we want that? It's probably simpler if it uses that. So okay. All right. These can honestly be thinner. These struts or whatever. Let's see how they're like just overlapping at that point. I don't know. Maybe it is the arms kind of tuck underneath so that we can show this pivot point a little better. And maybe that's where one of the gems are as well. This kind of important feature here of how it kind of moves in the space. So let's make it a little bigger, a little more kind of prominent and important. Draw more attention to it. That might work. Yeah, and these all just kind of like fold into each other, I suppose. That's kind of interesting. But then, yeah, like now we can kind of shove all those kind of cogs and stuff in there that I think we'll want to see. Of course, those will want to be in like some kind of perspective, and it's a lot to try and show. It's the challenge. Okay. Let's see. Has springs on its arms. Yeah, maybe they just kind of like do that. It's all spring loaded, this thing. Why not? Just kind of breaking up the silhouette just the smallest amount. Okay, so I like the front here, kind of having these vertical designs, kind of stretching like that. I think we can kind of just do the lightest embossing on that to enhance that even. Kind of like when you have metal with the kind of like punched surface for structure like thin aluminum, you kind of like stamp just kind of like some shapes, and it stretches the metal and kind of makes it more rigid. So I imagine that this kind of has something similar. So kind of just stretch the metal along that vertical. That just kind of tightens it up and makes it more rigid. Kind of the same thing that's happening with the fronts of these. Okay, that's not so bad actually. Feel like I do actually want to make the tail kind of like come off of it just a little bit more, to kind of draw just a little bit more attention to it, and maybe even kind of tuck it down further. And then actually it kind of, because the way that the body is kind of like pushed down, it looks even more kind of like it's coiled, right? I actually want to slightly tilt this even more, and then rotate this around this pivot. Is that a bit much? Maybe. I'm throwing off the perspective a bit. Maybe if I just lift this up. I think I just wanted to separate those a bit more, and when they're kind of filled in, silhouettes should read against each other a little bit better. You'll be able to see that kind of coil. So that's probably good. Just going to periodically come in and ask how this fits into the surprise and deceit motif. Well, I mean, if you kind of imagine you're coming up to this thing and you're looking at it from this angle, you just see these big kind of flat, well, not flat, but like big sheets of metal, and it's kind of hiding this kind of scorpion hand. Scorpion hand. So, yeah, who knows? As I've stated very specifically, I don't always know what a trap does. I'm just like, this kind of looks neat. Actually, most of the time I don't know what a trap does when I design it. I just kind of, does this look cool? Great. You figure it out. And so far it has worked, I guess. But yeah, like obviously the feeling of it being kind of sneaky and tactical is the goal. I don't want to actually kind of just be like, a trap can be anything and it doesn't matter, because that's not actually useful. If it's an arcane trap, I want it to look super magical. All that. I don't want to make a physical trap that's just like, hey, all this magic looks really cool. Guess that's what it is, because it looks cool, right? So, yes, I want to make this look sneaky or clever or high-tech. All right, so I like the idea of this being kind of a gem, because that draws some nice, interesting contrast to it color-wise. Because we have the brass is going to be most of this, right? It's going to be that kind of metal that. Actually, I'll just bring this character in here so we can see it again. So you know, it's got all that kind of steampunk metal. This whole thing is made that way. Let's see. So yeah, having that gem there is a nice contrast piece for it. Now I'm just kind of like, ooh, this will actually be some nice compression if I have it turn up here. Now it looks really like kind of folding in on itself. I can open the top side of it a bit more to even push that contrast even better, which is good. I like that. It's like this part can be open here, and then this can be one piece here maybe, instead of the two. That might read a little better. Just less confusing kind of parts. Maybe? Is that better? Now it's a lot less rounded, right? It's much more kind of flat, bent pieces of metal. Maybe it's lost some of that elegance in that. Uh-oh, it's 1 o'clock. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Does that mean we just gotta go with it? I mean, if we like it, then sure. But if we don't like it, I'll keep working it. I'll just have to kind of, you know, use some effective shortcuts when rendering, which is doable. Maybe I'll even take a shorter lunch than usual. All right. So let's step back for a second, see what we think. What do we think? Maybe have the tail hanging downward, the droid positioned to attack from above. Kind of feels like an upgraded, obvious ambush trap aesthetic. Interesting. So it's like the distraction technique. You like literally meaning like a droid just kind of being like, let's go. Woo! Surfing the Scorpobot. Let's see. I feel like that chat might be a bit far behind too. GLaDOS inspired trap. I like that. Not intentionally, but probably, definitely. Now that I look at it, I'm like, oh yeah, like she totally has this kind of like segmented kind of coming out from a base and these kind of cables dangling. Yeah, that's a good point. Could lift the body and flip the arms to strike from under the body. Oh, so like the tail is kind of like underneath. It's an interesting way to do it. I like it. All right. Sort of cowboy droid vibes. I would be lying if I didn't say I wanted to get a little bit of the Wild Wild West kind of like craziness into it. Giant steampunk spider robot vehicle was pretty interesting. So I don't want to like get spider on it though. I feel like there's probably a lot of people that would be uncomfortable with that as a potent trap. I suppose if it looks kind of not actually creepy spider enough, it wouldn't be too bad, but I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable with it. Not that this is necessarily much safer. Okay, so there was the idea of having the body lifted up even more, like kind of this. If I were to flip the tail, that would be pretty whack for the arm perspective. But that said, let's see. Let's see where I came from. I don't think I missed that. What if? Nah, this isn't gonna work. Yep, it just goes off to the side. Nope, not gonna work. Okay, forget that. That'd be too much work to kind of flip it upside down. I like it, but the perspective is the opposite. I would need to kind of redraw a bunch. So that'd be cool, but I think it's just a bit unrealistic to meet my schedule. This could also be like more kind of like on the ground, kind of stomping around, and then the tail is kind of smushed up there. Like, does this work? Does it feel like it's hovering? Does that make sense? Do I need to add the rubble, the rock underneath that it's kind of poised on? Does that make sense? Probably not. Does it need legs? Maybe. Kind of don't want to do that, but maybe it would work better with them. Kind of hate that. It needs them. Oh no. Could look up the massive spiders that actually eat mice for reference. Blech. Needs stilted legs with long, dangly appendages. It needs them. Oh boy. Alright. Like it more as a floating device with a tail. Maybe thrusters. Thrusters would make sense. There's little jets, just kind of. Could even give it like those sci-fi rings. Hover jets. That could be an excuse for it. Yeah, Star Wars probe droid. That like spindly leg thing, but it like floats. Balloon. Yeah, the thing that causes it to float being inside the shell does kind of work, right? So we could do that. I mean, maybe that's kind of challenging the lore to do this. But if the inside of this was like a big gem, that like big teal gem, that could kind of do that. But then it feels a lot less like tactical to me. You know, I want it to feel like it's made out of the kind of steampunk genius of the area. So yeah, I kind of want to avoid that one. Be great for another trap though. But yeah, just I want to avoid magic feel. Hmm. I mean, if it's off the ground enough, it's like, yeah, that's hovering. I don't need to know why it is hovering though. Before it was maybe just a little too close to the ground. I kind of want the tail to kind of go above even more now. Can I tilt this and just use that? I still want to like use the perspective of the base though, so kind of leaving it like this is probably important. Just so many little things to mix and match. I feel like when scorpions like kind of trying to threaten, it like stands up. Isn't that a thing? Maybe it's not. They like almost kind of like stand up tall and put their claws up. I feel like that's a thing I've seen maybe. I hate it. Alright, I do want to make this be just a weird hover tech orb, and I think we can do that. I know that the legs would be cool, and I don't disagree that that would, like, it would definitely look really neat. But I don't know, I kind of want to try to avoid that. Could do like a trap skin maybe with it. Just trying to think of how to like actually make this fit with the body more. It's like weird, wrinkly robot. I should go on lunch. Maybe I'll have the inspiration over lunch on how to kind of handle that. Okay, I do want to make it feel a little more mechanical than I'm letting it right now. Plus, with the whole kind of deadline I'm giving myself for this, I really do need to just move on. I'm sure I can resolve a lot of this in the actual render. I also feel like once I have the concept figured out, then the render is going to be so much smoother. So I feel like if I get it right, and I can do that within the next short while, then I will have a more efficient piece by the end. So Yeah, I want just like little thin kind of advanced technology tucked underneath of this. I think that might create that kind of interesting high-tech tactical feel that I want. So that could work. I'm sure that I can do that when I'm rendering, because that's honestly what I did for the mouse, the boss of the tactical area. Like, I just kind of like had the shapes figured out, and then I like painted the greeble on as I went. So I think that's how I should handle it here. That could just be cog down there, and then I'll create enough contrast that these kind of pincer plate type things, the claws, if you will, the tusks, those will kind of stand out nice enough. Cool. And then yeah, like just having it be kind of hovering. And I don't need to necessarily show a jet like that, but something like that, if I need it, could work. Okay, also, I'm going to save, because, you know, that's the thing that I really definitely need to do more. So, do that. And then I'm going to also flip it so we can get a nice fresh set of eyes on this. Okay. It's lost a lot of impact, but maybe that's okay. I have plans. This is a tough one, you guys. It's a tough one. Give it another gem there. Maybe there's like a glowing thing connecting behind these plates, or it's just see-through there. That might be better. Constantly like, yep, just gonna go on lunch right now. Yep, here we go. Time to start my lunch. Here we go. That's lunch happening just now. Yep. Okay. I kind of like that potential where there's more squash stretch happening there, like a cable kind of coming out from under that, tucking up into the base of this now. This can kind of widen out underneath. Don't know if I actually like this design. What am I doing? I'm going on lunch. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I need. I need to step back from it, reassess. All right, so let's do that. I'm going to go on a 40-minute lunch, so I'll come back at my usual time, but have more time to kind of finish up what I need to on this, because I feel like there's still stuff I got to figure out. Yeah, not happy with it. Yeah, thrusters on the side. I'm going to try that. I like that kind of hovering, kind of VTOL style thing. All right, let's go and do a lunch. And I will be back, and we will think about this and see what we can do. I can already kind of picture moving, since we flipped it, moving these, kind of extend them out, tilt them down. That would kind of, I'm going to do that before I forget. Look at me go on lunch, guys. Look at me. So good at it. So good at doing lunch. more like that. Same with this one. I just feel like that kind of like creates more of that kind of like flow of the shape. So let me just show you what I mean. So kind of like it extends this kind of coiled shape. Okay, it just kind of opens the top up a bit more by having the hand or the claws, paws, hands, whatever, tilting out. Just kind of opens it up, stretches it out a bit more at the top. So that's good. I like that. I feel like that was a good tweak. And then I can kind of like have more kind of nimble things happening down here and create that kind of interesting potential. Okay. Almost done lunch, you guys. Still gonna come back at 2 though. So I clearly am more interested in trying to figure this out than anything else. So okay. Gotta force myself to put it away. Alright, let's go eat. Right about pretty much now. Not quite, but you know, getting closer to doing lunch. All right, yeah, I'll get there. I'll get there. I swear. Totally going on lunch now. Yep, just ignore me. I'm not here. I'm not still drawing. It's fine. I'm eating a sandwich right now. Yep, that's what's happening. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. I'll be back. Hey, look at that. I just saved it. Okay. I'll be back at 2. See you then. My goodness. So tardy, this boy. Sorry about that. And I'm back, ready to crack at it again. Alright, so, first things first, I got a Larry link for you. Let me just pop that into the chat. Give me 1 second to actually copy and paste. Make sure that this is not broken. Ooh, alright, nice. Copy. And alright, sweet. Enjoy that from little Larry link. Alright, so where we left off, we were hoping to have completed the sketch an hour ago, but that's not where we're at. I had a chance to kind of take a fresh look at it, step back for a minute, and I think that it's pretty alright in a lot of places. I don't think it's too far off from where I think it could get to. So that's nice. But let me just kind of address a few things that I think could be just tweaked real quick like. I like the kind of the claws kind of tilting forward. I feel like that was a nice tweak. Felt great. Just kind of opened up the shape a bit, so that was good. Let's see. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to do is put a little side panel here, because that would make more sense for the bend in the middle there. And then if this is the shape, this would likely have another arm right here behind. Same with this. And that makes a little more sense as to the kind of like pieces sliding over each other. Which is probably going to be tilted a little more like that, because these would actually be kind of angled to either side of this pivot point, right? That should probably actually be perpendicular to those struts. Cool. All right. It's a little better there. And same with these. Like that they have a slight bend to them. Nothing too crazy. Just little fold is okay. Little beveling. I'm not super happy with the kind of undercarriage of this thing. I feel like that can be a little cooler. One of the things that I think I might want to do is actually give a little more atmosphere to the whole piece. The other traps we're working on, they actually have kind of an environment to them, because the kind of mice, the epic mice, have the presence of their island in them. I think we want to kind of push that into the traps as well to kind of give them this epic feel. I feel like that's a nice kind of element. And you know, I would like to use backdrops more commonly. I know that we had been doing that for rift traps almost exclusively, but we've started to kind of branch a little bit more. And I think for kind of like high potency traps, it's certainly pretty useful thing to kind of show like how kind of powerful and important that trap is. It's not like we're going to go to old traps and be like, this important trap, we'll throw a background on it, but like some of them already have just that kind of atmosphere to them. So I think we can do a little bit of that in this. Maybe even making it feel like it's on the tactical island would be kind of interesting. So I don't want to get distracted so much with that, but I would like to incorporate that. Don't know if that made any sense at all. It does kind of look like it needs a temporal turbine to keep it floating, right? That's kind of what that thing is. That's what it looks like. I don't think I want it to, convey that. That's right. One of the things I wanted to do after kind of stepping back is I kind of like that little hover plate thing. That's not bad. But someone had a suggestion of kind of like almost like the kind of hover systems, the jets, too much gesturing, like at the sides. This feels like some kind of weird like buggy or something, like a stunt car. It's just the chassis and stuff like that. Make these arms even more spindly, perhaps. Oh, this one's a challenge, you guys. I'm certainly kind of like some elements, I'm like, maybe this is working, yeah, and then I kind of, no, it doesn't land not quite how I want it to anyways. It might just be a difficult art day, and those happen. Not much to be done other than just pressing on and making something work. Eventually it does, usually. And hey, ultimately maybe I won't kind of like complete this piece today, and I'll have to kind of pick up where I left off. I would actually be impressed at this point if I do finish this. No. I like toyed with that angle there, kind of pointed it more towards us, but I felt like just dead on like that, it was a little much. Just give it a little slight tilt away from us, I think. Does it need to hover, or could it have mechanical legs? I actually think it would actually maybe work better if it had mechanical legs. I think I was kind of caught up on the idea of it hovering being important, because the islands themselves are floating, and I thought that'd be neat. But maybe we'll save that for other traps. We were denied. Yeah, you're right. You guys did push for legs. So let's just do it. Let's give it legs. Let's commit. You guys want them. Who am I to say what you guys would like in this? Hi, Charlie. Boop. Sorry. Long, spindly, dangling legs. Well, if people absolutely despise this design, I'm going to put your name all over it, and they can blame you. How about that? Alright. So, what if it has like weird Yeah, hovering does feel very tactical. It's not kind of what steampunk would represent in this. Like, it would actually probably be like clunky and like weird, otherworldly robots, you know, automatons and stuff like that. Yeah, hovering with propellers. I literally made a mouse that was that, you know. So that would check out. But let's try the like thing and let's see what we can do to kind of like make that interesting and maybe not too uncomfortable for people. I'm gonna kind of use the mouse actually. You know what? I'll bring that up as a reference using this tool here. Okay, and paste. This is a handy little reference tool I like to use. It's quite useful because it stays on top. All right, so it's got thicker like thighs and then goes down to like spindly toes, and I think that's what I want this to do. And why is this not erasing? What is happening? Ooh, all right. Would it work if the scorpionish thing body just sits on some rock instead of having legs, or does that get too spidery? That's a neat. I actually kind of like that idea. If it's kind of like hugging a rock, and maybe it's got cute little stumpy legs, and it's a floating, like it could be a floating rock, but then it wouldn't feel like it's weirdly magical technology. It's just kind of like living in that kind of magical realm, but being all clever and tactically techy about it. Okay, let's try that. I think that's actually kind of cute, which I kind of want to somehow add into this, even though it's super not a cute design anymore. Okay, you know what? It's kind of dumb, but I actually kind of like that. We don't need to make it this big, but I kind of like that. All right. Unexpected. It's kind of got a little whimsy factor that I like. You know, where we can kind of add the whimsy. I appreciate being able to do that. It's a very MouseHunt thing. It's kind of just come at us. Foreshortening. What do we think? Is this ridiculous? It's so good. But no, I mean, if this isn't kind of what people want out of this, then that's not any good at all. Like if you do want kind of weird, creepy legs, I will definitely add weird, creepy legs. I just thought this was an interesting concept and hadn't kind of gone there. I like the idea that it's kind of hiding on top of the floating hunk. It certainly has a lot more of a character than I intended as well. Yeah, and it would have kind of folded up legs. Yeah, it has more of that lurking and ready to strike feeling. So that at least is a point for tactical. It's a bit odd, but odd can be fun. I think the whole thing was odd from the get-go, though. Now, like, I just put those legs there, and I'm like, wait, what if these were, like, actually kind of piped into the rock or something? Like, they appear to be legs, but they're actually somehow connected into the rock. That's some mechanical advantage. So it's fused with it. I don't know. I feel like I take one step forward and 2 steps back sometimes. Don't know. I really ought to kind of like break it into more layers when I do major kind of sweeping changes. It's hard to kind of go back to the previous version of it without some effort to kind of get back to that. So I change more than I realize when I kind of scribble. Alright. This whole thing can be quite a bit darker. Don't think I like just the flat plates anymore. Can we have a background for the trap? Yeah, I actually want to create a bit of a background for this one. Does the rock just float over the base? Yeah. Do we dislike that? Is that too weird? This weird kind of like scorpion robot just kind of hovering up slowly and being like, don't mind me. Nothing to see here, little mouse. Ignore me. Alright. You got me. Here, let's do this. Just so I have it. Rock is cute. Legs. Legs, Jacob, legs. Give your creation legs. Let it stand majestically. Listen to the people. feel like I had a thought about all this when I was on lunch, and then I could not recall what it was, but it was something, I think, to do with the legs and the arms. It'll potentially, if it was relevant enough, come back to me. Okay, so do we want to give it a lot of legs? Yeah, Creepy Marionette has good legs. That's true. No, let's go for that. Let's dig into that. Creepy Marionette. And yeah. All right. So the center of this can be kind of where the legs come from. And I can probably, like, you know, just try and reel it in a little if it's getting a little too kind of horror schlocky, kind of use the steampunk vibe to kind of just control it a little bit more. So this will be the other side of it. There. The arms kind of look like speakers. Yeah, they do, actually. We do have a trap that is just like a bunch of speakers. I think it was a Ronzo one way back when. Okay. How do we feel? Go even spindlier. I'm gonna widen this one out. It's like really kind of like looming over this thing now. Okay, so this is looking a lot more imposing. Maybe having the thighs starting more vertical and then folding more. If you don't like how wide the underside looks now. Yeah. Actually, I kind of like the wide base that it provides. I think it will be easier to communicate it a little bit if it's a bit thicker up here, but then it gets thinner the further out the limbs go, right? Kind of like this character, how it has very thick thighs and it kind of comes down to a point eventually. I think this might come up more though here. We'll give it a flip too, just to kind of verify that this all makes sense. Get that fresh look at it, you know. All right. think you got me. Won me over. I was avoiding going creepy bug, but that's what this is kind of being asking for, I think, with the whole starting with the scorpion tail. Of course, now I'm kind of like, can this thing even like reach anymore? I don't think it can. We've kind of like really gone all over the board with this, but you know what? It is what it is. All right. Have it with legs in one version and a steampunk rock as a skin. Yeah, that'd work. We could do that. Okay. I'm gonna fold this forward a bit, bevel it forward. Should it have 6 legs? Or is 4 good? How many legs do scorpions have? 6. Are they... I guess because they have the pincers as well. So, do they have 8 in total? I should know these things. Yeah, so we kind of like threw that idea out there with it kind of raised up even more and the tail kind of coming from underneath. And it's definitely a great design, but it would require me to redraw the arm completely because the perspective on it is totally off. I wouldn't be able to use basically any of it if I used that angle. Though I like that. That would be quite interesting. What if I kind of smushed the face a little bit more? Like, wondering if it feels like that pincer can't really reach. If I do this, maybe it'll feel like it can kind of get out over top. I don't know. Maybe I like it like that. I think I'll get rid of that extra leg though. 4 is enough. Yeah, also, what do I want to do with the backdrop? Because I do want to give a little more presence like that. Save. Okay. Okay. Save the legs. I'm wondering, what does it look like without these kind of big honkers up front? Here, before I do a major change, let's do the thing that I should definitely do. Copy that layer so I can go back to it and at least compare, even if I'm not going to use it anymore. Okay, so what if I did this? I feel like this front plate is just kind of not doing much. I feel like it could be better, could be more. Let's see. Kind of referencing that mouse. See if anything comes out of this. Maybe I play with that shape a bit more. Right? This feels a little more bug-like with it kind of like leaning in like that. I think also I'm wondering if it still feels steampunk, you know? Because I think that's an important aspect of this piece. Is I really do want it to still feel like it is a steampunk design, and I'm a bit worried that I lost that thread as well. Right? Anyone else wonder that? Just me? Bright colors and it will be steampunk, yeah. Base it on a scorpion claw. Yeah, steampunk comes out with the details. I think you're right. I think you're right. Like, I could do very kind of silly steampunk style stuff by just kind of having, you know, like, oh, there's just kind of cog motif on the fronts of these, and as usual, it doesn't actually do anything or make sense. Yeah, that's true. It's easy enough to just kind of kit bash in there, because that's what it's all about. Taking like a design that kind of know what it's about, and then slapping cogs onto it. Make it fun. Slap them cogs. It's obviously more than just that, but a veritable sticker book of cogs is not a bad way to handle it, I think, at times. Okay. So, yeah, that's doable. Scorpion Claw will be much cooler. And, like, I don't disagree, but I'm like, does this feel tactical? Are we still on with that? Does that read? Well, you know what? Now I'm seeing another thing. I want to do this because we're like digging into this bug thing. I never expected to actually like go down this route, but you know what? I set myself up for this. I did this to myself by being like, yeah, we could use a robot arm as a scorpion tail. Let's see what that does. Now, I'm giving it wings. Not necessarily active right now, but wings equals extendable thrusters. Man, this like robotic arm really is nothing compared to the rest of it at this point, huh? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Alright, well, you know what? Just going all in. I feel like giving it kind of mandible type bits and bobs. Yeah, and I think maybe if I just kind of like just go ham on the steampunk details beyond this, it'll kind of like allow it to be this kind of slightly creepy automaton looking thing, but like it's not actually like a real creepy bug or anything like that, so maybe it won't be too uncomfortable for people. Like one of the things I did with the mouse is it had kind of like these platforms at the bottom of the feet to kind of stabilize it. It kind of makes it just a little bit more of like a created robot type thing. You know? Like it wasn't quite perfect enough to be this tiny little needle that it stands on. It needed a little bit of assistance, a little bit engineered to kind of adapt. Um, so something like that, maybe. And then, of course, instead of just kind of these creepy, you know, knees, it's actually kind of more kind of engineered machinery and pipes and whatnots, right? So maybe something like that. Hmm. Sideways views on the mandibles look like whiskers. That's a good point. Mm. Yeah, change it so that it's more like a cog. I agree. That would also kind of like functionally be interesting if it was like these grinding mouthpieces, right? Seems more kind of on brand with what it wants to be and what would make sense. Cool. All right. Yeah. Actually, don't hate that. Just trying to think of what these plates are doing now. Oddly bunny-like. Terrifying bunny. Yeah, I don't know what the concept is anymore. I lost the thread so long ago. I don't even know. Let's see. I'm kind of curious as to how this looks with the regular size base. Do we want it to be on a big or small base? So obviously if it's on a small base, then it is a massive object, right? Massive compared to the other version. Slightly more massive. Tactical is small, so big base. Yeah, I don't disagree. It kind of is a little more interesting to be this kind of like micro machine. So I'd say, yeah, let's go for making it fit on the small base. I was originally like, yeah, of course it should be on a big base, but now kind of like the idea that, you know, up against the odds, if it were. So let's shift this leg out. And now I kind of want them all coming into a small point underneath. I'm just going to duplicate this leg. Power of digital artwork. It's kind of like a creepy fly. Kind of hard to tell what's going on there. Try it again. Yeah, it's less like sneaky these days. Kind of more like, yeah, go for it, come and get it. Nothing will go wrong. Nothing at all. This is just a cool statue that you can totally just ignore. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. very bold mice in this game. Just trying to figure out how to set the legs. Yeah, I think if it looks like it snaps together more, then it'll kind of have this idea that, oh, maybe it actually was just this weird kind of, thing that kind of split open and stood up suddenly, so the mouse should be kind of forgiven for being less than cautious because it didn't look like anything other than a weird metal rock or something. I don't know. I mean, maybe we even like throw some of that rock texture onto it to kind of imply that it was camouflaged or something. Could try that. Yeah, I think making it look like these kind of snap together is an interesting way to handle that. Just get these kind of come out more here. Like that, right? And now it's kind of like, oh, okay, I see how that connects. Actually, now I'm kind of actually picturing there being these kinds of like segments that kind of unlock. Yeah, rock surface on the front, mechanical in the back. Sounds like a good mullet. 6 legs? I was wondering if we should bother with that. Yeah, we could do that. If that's what you want, let's do it. It's a lot to fit in, but I think we can manage. Yeah, I did try the 6. I feel like, yeah, it's maybe a bit much to fit everything. Like, I agree that it would make more sense with it, but at the same time, this isn't a specific thing anymore. Oh, let's draw a swarm of these? Okay, sure. I'll be streaming until Tuesday. Um, yeah. I see what you're saying. Mostly copy paste edit for the swarm. Yeah, could be done. That would be a pretty intense version of this. I love it, but goodness, making that work. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna do that rock texture thing. I actually think that that would be a nice element to kind of like being like, hey, look at how tactical and clever this is right now, you know? Like it's camouflaged. And I also like what that provides for it in kind of creating a bigger kind of open surface, potentially anyways. And I want to try to make sure it doesn't get too organic looking at the same time. So maybe if it has these kinds of streaks across it, that could be useful for showing how they line up. And then hopefully this isn't losing information too much. Maybe it does have kind of like a crystal here just to show kind of like some I don't know, interesting design. All right. Some complex design. That looks kind of pretty too. So I like that. There is actually rocks in the in this piece here. Can't really see it too easily, but that back there is all rock. And then the island itself, like that's also all rock there. The island itself is kind of built on top of the floating rocks, so it's certainly there. But even if it's not in that piece of artwork, you know, this trap doesn't exclusively live on that island. You know, you can't only hunt with it there. So, you know, if this seems like a cool tactical design for a trap, then I think it is fine. Doesn't need to fit the island perfectly. Any issues with this kind of direction that we can see? We've done it. It has rocks and legs. Good work, people. I did not see this going this way when I started it. But hey, it's interesting. Kind of want to put in those bolts still. Okay, I think I'm gonna just start blocking in the rendering, because I feel like either it's not gonna work as great as I want, and we'll just have to live with it because it's your fault now, or I'll just make it work and it'll be great. I suppose that I'll have to be okay with either, because I really do want to try and get this wrapped up-ish. I know I'm not gonna. I'm already at 3 o'clock. That's not boding well for my designated timeline. Let's go. Let's motor. And yeah, I do want to try and give it a little backdrop if I can. Even just a little atmosphere, and that might help with kind of like getting the feeling of the character where I want it. Character, the trap. I'm going to go low saturation for this right now. I'm just going to lock it all in and then erase out where I want. Yeah, tactical, I do try to utilize the kind of camouflage element for some of them. It's certainly not necessarily consistent. Like, I do also think of tactical as being kind of like clever design and like high tech kind of thing. So that's why I definitely want to make sure that it maintains that steampunk quality, especially because the mice that are tactical mice here are very steampunk affluent. So that. I'm not worried about the rock areas being filled in. I'll do that as a different layer. I imagine these will be like sheets of metal maybe for the wings. Okay, I think I'll do the mechanical arm perhaps as a separate layer. Interesting. Interesting. Just kind of seeing a new shape that I find interesting. See if I can define that right now. This kind of abdomen thing going on by accident. So like if this is like a small arm out here, and this is like an abdomen here, kinda works. It's very bug. Like way more than I thought. It's interesting though. Yeah, this really went out of control for me. That's okay though. I'm not opposed to that happening. Not a bad thing. I learn from it. cleaning my edges. Yeah, we'll do the armrests separate. Hmm. The plates are covering for the steam vents. I like that. That's an interesting way to put it. Hmm. The grinding mandible gears, all kinds of interesting elements. Yeah. Yep. Yep. The people that get to do the description on this. Have fun, guys. Enjoy figuring this one out. I take no blame. It's all your fault, community. I tried to fight it, but that's just not what we do here. Okay. So yeah, being able to maintain that mechanical design, I think, is very important for kind of creating that good steampunk vibe. So like having those kind of pistons and sprockets. Gotta make sure to keep them. So that'll be there. Now I'm just kind of greebling out, or at least kind of the silhouette. Trying to think of how to convey steampunk through the silhouette if I can. Okay, I'll have this fall away, that's fine. Make the rock work around all that. Then have this kind of pipe. Gotta have my segmented pipes. And this is just on the back side of the rock. So you can see that it's fused to these kind of metal pincers or claws or whatever. Alright, let's do a layer above this as the rocks. So we'll go fairly dark just for this part. Oh, I'm glad that you find it something awesome. And not just like, what is this nightmare? What have you done? Stepped away for a few minutes and this happens. Okay, so we're getting some craggly rock texture up here. Just do a regular, not smoothing brush. So we want those kind of crunchy textures and edges. Yeah, I was thinking if it like tucks up, it would have it on the legs and like the top sides of the back and stuff like that. That would make sense potentially. So we can certainly explore that potential. But then also like having it be these kind of spindly legs with these heavy looking rocks is kind of a fun contrast. So that might even be a good excuse to do it, just for the interesting texture there. So I'm just trying to kind of create a little bit of surface texture here. You know, you could use this to exfoliate if you needed to. Good and jagged there. Alright, let's do the same thing up here. We'll do the gem on top of this layer, do a layer behind everything for the tail, do a layer behind that for kind of background environment, get some kind of maybe some smoke and debris and stuff like that. And then probably a layer in front of all that for the kind of atmosphere to kind of step into this and add a little bit of oomph. Just based on the other traps that have been in production, I feel like they kind of have a little bit of that going on, which is pretty cool. So I'd like to bring that to this piece as well. I'll erase away a little bit up here to kind of fit that swoosh. So this clicks in here, put that kind of there. I'm just trying to like make it look like they click together, right? So I think I need to create kind of more harder edges where they would meet, so there's more of a seamless flat there. So the rest of it can look all craggly, but then where it like splits apart, it's actually like clean cut. That'll look neat. That's fun that you weren't watching it live. Oops. Oops. Yeah, it can happen if you like pause it. I'm glad you potentially caught up now. All right. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I always forget to do this, but I know that the MouseHunt Discord are often kind of like watching this and chatting within the Discord, and I always forget to pull up that chat to kind of see what they're talking about. So I've kind of like jumped into that channel after a stream and been like, oh, there's some really like good input there. So I'll see about opening that up here. And also, hi. Hello. Hello, Discord. How is it going? Let's see, Feedback Friday. Yep. Yeah, they like kind of post screenshots of it as I go. That's pretty fun. For those who aren't watching live, can kind of like get little incremental updates on the design and judge it. Judge it harshly. Act normal. Hello, Geronimo. I'm here. Yeah, no, I think it's awesome. I like that you guys kind of are involved in this way. It's cool. And into it. But now I'm calling you out. Hello. Hope you're having a good time. All right. So, okay, so we got the rock plates going there. I think if we were to do it on the legs, maybe it'd be like up on the kind of knee portion. And like, I don't know, does it fold up and tuck underneath and kind of like, maybe it's just back here, and when it like kind of folds in on itself, it like, please act better than normal. Yeah. So yeah, actually that might be a cool way to do it, is like the feet kind of fold in and then just kind of the top plates have that rock. And I almost want to, like, in the background have just a one of these little kind of inconspicuous boulders just kind of sitting there, not doing anything, but it has like the little teal gem just kind of, so you know what it is. And then, it'd have kind of like this just barely visible seam kind of running up it. And that's kind of a fun, like, uh-oh, there are more. So like that kind of shows what it can do. So we'll need to have maybe more on the back. Yeah, the swarm. The swarm is here, and it's just like a bunch of little rocks. Oh god, the swarm! The lazy swarm idea. Just copy and paste that. Got it. Actually, I think that's kind of neat. And then I could for the heck of it, kind of like have it just slightly opening, just to kind of show. That's kind of neat. The swarm is watching. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I'm digging that. I think that's what I'm going to do. And now I get to reveal a little bit of something special about these traps. So they're going to be at least, okay, maybe don't like hold me to this, but this is the plan, I believe. Making them kind of upgradable. So I'm doing kind of the base version, and there's going to be kind of like the souped up. And so I feel like having that swarm thing is the way to soup it up. So it's like, this is on its own, the first version, and then when you kind of upgrade it, maybe there's a bunch in the background. Maybe, 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 maybe. I like the idea though. So, if I say it, then it's like, now we gotta do it, right? I'm gonna get in trouble. All right. So, let's get the arm silhouette put in. I want to try and render this today. And away we go. All right, so this has a lot of like cool detail that I'm not sure I'm going to get to kind of give it its full. Maybe, maybe. Not my fault if it doesn't get in. Maybe. I just think it'd be great. Okay. I'm like, uh-oh, I now have a message in my work inbox kind of chat system. Am I in trouble? Have I done a bad? Have I said too much? Knowing me, almost definitely. Okay. All right, I could probably break this down into another layer, and I think I will kind of do that, but when I come and do the detail on it, I think I'll do it as a layer that kind of is on top of this, and it preserves transparency from the layer below. So that's probably how I'll manage the different kind of textures or materials in this section. And I think there's one part, because when I was working on this, I was actually like thinking of how it could mechanically work. So that's why I probably spent a little too much time on it. But yeah, all right. Let's see. So just trying to block in the silhouette so I can render this more quickly. And I'm getting close to having it all blocked in. And we can actually start doing some cool rendering. One day, I swear, we'll get to render metal. We'll get to add the greeble, texture things out, make it look actual steampunk. Alright. Let's use a smoothing brush for this, just so that I can kind of like have them run mostly parallel with each other, close enough that it'll be excused. And center that. And finger joints. Haha. 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 Alright. It's not even the end of the day, and I'm like in that zone where I'm kind of just rambly and don't even know what I'm saying. Alright. It's going to be great because I'm like writing critiques and reviews and stuff like that immediately after this. It's not going to be good. I will not have the brain kind of functionality at that point. I will be post-stream brain, which is Jacob is done. I want to be vegetable. Like a lot of the time after I'm done the stream, I don't even upload the artwork that I need to, and I just like go and have a nap on the couch. I'll probably do that before cracking down on all the reviews that I need to finish, so there is that at least. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so we have all that locked in. Let's get this cabling sorted. Okay, and this one, a nice catenary curve. Aha. Alright. Boom. Oop. Good enough. That's my motto when I'm running on out of time. Good enough. Alright. So, some things have been unprovenly claimed to not significantly improve the triangle tool. I like that. Nice wording. Triangle tool can be an awesome tool, but it has bit me in the butt before. You talk too much. Listen, I gotta entertain myself while attempting to entertain you guys. Feel free to mute me and just like put on your own tunes. I know that people do that. I think it's a good idea. I ramble. Alright, so, gem. Let's throw this on here. Wrong layer. There we go. And I think I'll have it here as well. Like, I kind of want to have it in a few places. Doesn't need to go overboard, but I kind of like the idea of kind of having it in these heavy-duty kind of joints, maybe. I don't know if this one's heavy-duty, but I kind of thought that might look neat. Do we want it here, maybe? Sure. kind of seems like it could make sense there. It's like the payload of the strike. What would the claw look like if it was turquoise? Like the whole thing? I think I'd be worried about it kind of like becoming too magical feeling. Because like when we have like crystals and stuff like that going on for the whole thing, it would be maybe a little too like magical ancient crystals kind of feel. The droid is like a beekeeper. Oh no. That'd be so good. Maybe if I do the swarm, that'd be a fun way to do it. The okay, I like that suggestion, having the claw be a darker color to stand out a bit more. I agree. I think what we need to do now that we have kind of the silhouettes kind of blocked out, like if I turn off the sketch, you can kind of actually see what's going on. Not bad. That's actually a good thing. What we can do at this point is start to block out the value structure. So I'm going to go into grayscale, and I'm going to start to lock down the layers. I'm going to put a layer on top of each of these, and this is going to be my working kind of layer here. Grab that texture or that color and go darker, and let's just start to kind of figure out how to sculpt out these values so that there's like a good kind of structure between them. So I think to start, I'm going to have stuff that's more forward, lighter, and stuff that's receded, darker. So basically anything that I don't need to kind of be in front, I'm going to just go darker with that. And then I can adjust easily. So that foot would actually come forward, I think. And so let's grab our eraser now and start to pull these back towards us. Right, and then these are kind of like those segmented pipes. Was that what I was calling them before? So that can be its own thing there. This I want to be able to see the kind of like the edge of the metal that has the rock kind of plastered on top of it. So you can kind of see what's going on here. It's like, oh, okay, that's purposefully rock on top of those metal bits. It's all part of the setup. Got it. For doing the value structure, I don't need to put in these little details. So right now I'm just trying to define like darks and lights, I think, is probably the goal I should be after. I think for the gem I want to go quite a bit lighter. So I'm actually going to use a luminosity brush and just kind of pump that up a bit. I don't need to go too bright, but enough that I know that, okay, that's quite a bit lighter than the rest. And I'll fix the saturation and color later. So for the rock here, I think we could go quite dark. Let's try that, see what that looks like if we do. And we could even do like a gradient. Maybe that's a bit extreme. Maybe not. So let's use a... I don't have triangles as an eraser. That's okay. I'll just use the lighter rock color. And then bring out the triangles. So you know I got it. You know had to do it. At least for like organic rock. Textured rock, I guess, that can kind of like help me to create some forms and choices about that. I definitely have other textured brushes that are like, one is actually just kind of like marble, and this is actually a rock brush, granite, stuff like that. So, those are always quite good for this as well, but I just wanted to toss the triangles in there because you know how it is. Should the stinger assembly be lowered slightly? You know what, you might be right. Looking at kind of the flow of this, it kind of feels like maybe it would work if it was kind of like set down a bit. So here's an idea. This sketch layer, I'm gonna actually put it on top of each of the components, and then that way I can move just the back, and it'll, oh, I guess it loses the gems here, that's fine, but it'll move the sketch with the stinger. So I could move that there. The one thing is, like, I don't want it to kind of get too confused with the rest of it. Like, maybe like this. Maybe that's good. That's actually not bad. The perspective is just a little bit off, but I think that's forgivable. Like, I think that it looks like it's kind of leaning now. By rotating it, it kind of changes that perspective of it. But if it stays upright, it kind of like looks like it's snugged a little too much. Could it be anywhere else? Should it be bigger? That's pretty imposing. It does also look like it can actually reach now, whereas before I wasn't convinced that it could. So that's kind of interesting. Huh. Save first. Save before changes. What an idea. What a concept. Okay, so do we like this or this? Smaller or bigger? I'll give you the color so you can kind of see what I'm seeing. Smaller? I actually kind of like bigger, but I'll go with that. Let's keep it where it was, and also save. Oh, we got a bigger. If it goes bigger, it's slightly opened up rather than fully retracted. So like, yeah, like this kind of, the segment's kind of opened a bit more. We could do that. I would need to move it all a little bit to make room for that, I think. Like's bigger. Okay. That is more complicated to do. I will give it that. So just on those grounds alone, maybe I won't go bigger. Do we want this, like, just slightly tilted? Oh, that's just the background. Cancel that. All right. I'm going to do a save right now. Move these down to where they should be now. That's the wrong layer again. There we go. It works so chaotically sometimes. if that gem is down there, I actually like the idea of that knee blocking a little bit of it. That'll look better. So that's good. I think that that's useful. And I might even show kind of the rock on top of the knee up here, potentially. Not sold on that being an important thing to deal with right now, but it's certainly something that we could do. Okay, I'm going to go even darker. So we're still just doing the kind of luminosity pass on this. So this is for the mechanical portions. I'm just going to try and define out blocks of shapes still. So like the underside of this, and kind of creating those vent type ideas there. Right. Oh, this should be the luminosity. There we go. Just a regular brush. All right. So if I kind of zoom out and just kind of blur my eyes, I'm trying to maintain some just kind of flow in the shapes. So the idea that there's this kind of like direction of here, like I don't know if that made any difference. Let's see here. So like this shape here, right? I'm trying to create a visual kind of rhythm to create that shape. So that's what I'm trying to do with that. Now I can just kind of, actually I'll overpaint and then erase away. That's a way to get that nice and clean. Paint too far and then erase into it. Yeah, so now that flow isn't quite how I want it. I'm gonna just force it a little more, I think. So they're all rotated around this pivot point here. So, where would that be? Did anyone ever play an older kind of, not too ancient, but older computer game called Thexter 7? It was like you were this kind of like transforming spaceship that like transformed from mech to like crazy jet thing. I don't know why, but this is just making me think of that. I think it's the cockpit with the kind of the just folded forward. It's just kind of the vibe I'm getting from it. Okay. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. The bigger stinger kind of makes it feel like it's actually connected more. So I think I agree with you on that. I think that it did actually work pretty effectively. So maybe I'll bring that one back. Okay. And as for the Discord, I like the concept of this being kind of like designed to rival the boss mouse. I think that's actually a pretty cool way to think of it. Because if you imagine these two tangoing, I think it'd be a pretty interesting matchup, right? Just imagining this thing kind of like big punchy fists, and then this thing being able to kind of like block those and then dart out and get the mouse in the middle, that target sweet spot. Okay. All right. So I'm still kind of like learning how to use value structure better. But what the goal is when you're kind of trying to set it up is about creating kind of like good, clean shapes between them. I'm not sure that I've effectively done that. A lot of the time, you kind of want to end up, like, by default, you end up kind of trying to just show what's in shadow and what's not, but that's not kind of like what you're supposed to do with that composition tool. Yeah, with it bigger, the claw segment just going straight up wasn't quite as interesting. I think that's fair. Like, if it stayed at this angle, but then this part rotated out and kind of stuck underneath, that might work. We could try that. I think we could try that. So, I think to do this, though, it is grouped up. All right, good. I could kind of scoot it all forward a bit. The one thing I need to be careful of is if this cheese overlaps this knuckle here, that might look funky, because this needs to be in front, whereas the rest of it can be behind the cheese. But just kind of perspective-wise, it would not make sense if the cheese got in front. So I don't want to get too close with it. Maybe it's kind of standing tall over top of it, right here. All right, well, let's just see what I need. So these two, let's rotate out and blow it up a bit and tuck it under. Okay, actually, a better way to do this. Let's blow it up just a bit. Doesn't need to be crazy. So we're like 12% bigger. Seems good. Okay. Now I'm going to duplicate this, and in the bottom one, or the top one, I'm going to erase the bottom segment. Cool, cool, cool. This is fine. Don't worry. Everything is fine. All right. And then in the bottom one, I'm going to erase the top segment. Cool, cool, cool. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. All right. So now these are separate. And this one I can rotate. But the other one I'll leave. Now the perspective is going to be kind of funky. It's going to be bent. So I can tuck this down underneath, where now it feels like it's kind of more attached to everything, and that feels appropriately. And I think I'll also, it would be kind of nice to be able to make the values kind of like merge into one kind of grouping a little better. And then this, I'll move to be more like that, right? So now it's a little more kind of like just about to strike. It's still coiled up, it's bigger, it's more impactful, but it's less kind of, you know, just kind of too scrunched up. Now it kind of like has a little bit of that readied, springy energy to it, so I like that. Cool. All right. So how do I actually consolidate these two? This might be a bit interesting. I like the perspective of the top one. I'm going to use that. Okay, and then basically try and match that here. And I'll just say that's good enough for now. I'll figure out all the kind of specific render elements when I get to this part of it. Like this sketch is now kind of a little funky, right? And I'll have to merge those together in a way and stuff like that. So there's stuff I have to tweak when I get to it, but I'll not worry about that. I do prefer this shape. I think that was a good idea. I like the energy that it has. So I'm going to move this down here. And now there's this kind of interesting overlap that I like even better too. So what is this? I don't want to search. Yeah. I'm actually going to throw this on a layer below. Cut that out. Go down to here. Paste. There we go. So now it's behind. I don't need to erase away to make it fit in. This one, however, I'll just move manually. Cool. Fine. Good. Dunsky. Alright, I actually really like that. That was good. Feels more kind of alive to me. I'll have to clean up that cable as well. No biggie. Let's actually do that before I forget. And this is the layer that I want to tackle. Use a smooth brush. Cool. That's fine. Can mess with that later. All right. I feel like the top might have a little bit more rock. Kind of like there would be potentially like a plate of it right here, right? And a plate of it right there. Where it clearly has kind of opened up more, and then maybe there's just a little bit there too. So I'll just leave those in there. Yeah, it's already got nice texture happening thanks to the layer technique. Don't forget the steam vents on the back. Yeah, okay, I like that. The wings the wings being kind of like steam vents. I think that'll be a fun way to kind of show that is actually having kind of steam gusts coming out of it. I think that's kind of pretty doable. Let's use a little bit of overpaint and clean up to get some nice hard, clean lines. Yeah, so like if we're doing steam vents, I want there to be even more of these kind of flapped open, and then just like bouts of steam jetting out of it like that. Feels more powerful. It runs quite hot. Not sure if that was your intention with that, but I think that'll be pretty cool looking when we actually have that atmospherics going on. Okay, all right, so I'm just going to clean up the value structures again. All right. So I think I'm a little off with the values. I think I need to kind of control them a bit better. So let's see. I think the tail specifically needs to join the main body in terms of the value, and then I need to bring more brights across the front of it. So originally I was, someone threw the idea of having the claws be quite a bit darker. I actually think I want to go the opposite direction now. And we'll see how that looks. We don't know if that's going to work, but we'll try it. So this is the claw back here. So I'm going to lock those layers and come in with the darks there. And this is to kind of pull it into the values of the rest of it. Let me soften that up, and it's going to be like a nice gradient now. Right. Yeah, and now with the rocks and the legs being brighter on top of this, I think that'll, or at least the midtones anyways, that'll kind of read better. So I think that's the correct direction to go for these values. So I like that texture. Let's try that again. We'll go triangles, and there we go. Triangles, luminosity though. And let's go bright. So that's maybe a bit too bright. What happens if I match that? Again, I'm trying to view this as just kind of the value structure. Not quite, not quite. It's just the underside of this that needs to lighten up. Lighten up, rocks. So it's like getting some maybe bounce light from the ground. This could work, but I think I need to just silhouette it with more kind of darker values. That said, we could go the opposite way. We can try that really quick by having more of this a bit darker. I don't think the triangles are going to help me there. Okay. The legs kind of falling back into that even more. Well, that might be the way to go. And then just kind of lightening the outer edges. That is where it needs to be. Yeah, all right. And let's just go quite a bit lighter, just so that we can create some nice contrast. There's like a bit of light coming off of the gem, maybe, and that kind of lightens up the rock. Okay. What happens if I go slightly lighter as well? Alright, I think that might actually be the way to do this. I'm going to actually like get good texture, and I need to tweak the color because I actually wasn't using a luminosity brush, so now it's weird flesh kind of looking muddy color. It's horrifying. Yeah, I think I want to go into like more kind of the blues in this anyways, for the rock. Just kind of take it away from the warm kind of metals to have that contrast as well, so a little more slate kind of color. So let's get granite texture on that. Let's go a bit darker just so there's some good contrast on the texture. Boom, boom. Oh, that was nice. I like that. Give me more of that. Let's see, granite 1 or granite 2. Or just triangles. Triangles. Okay. So I got a little variation in that I'll build off of. I have my values kind of like showing what is where. They kind of carve out from each other a little better. That's good. I'm actually going to, this is the sketch, this is the rock, this is the sketch, this is the value stuff. Okay, so this is normal, luminosity. I'll keep it as luminosity. I'm going to merge these so I can kind of mess with them. Not have to worry about what layer I'm on for that. Right, just use my soft eraser. I'm just going to lighten up a couple of spots, just so that there is a stronger read on those. And I'm also going to turn the sketch down even more. Cool. All right, we're getting somewhere, guys. Getting some definition coming through. And we're coming up on 4 o'clock, so it's not terribly off, but, you know, could be better. Okay. All right. Got a little kneecap thing. And I think I liked the idea of there being this metal kind of behind the rock, basically everywhere. Just so that it's clear what's happening with that. And then I'm gonna just go even stronger with the value definition here. Just go darker so it kind of is cleaner, more obvious. All right. Does that make sense? We have lost the mandibles. I am concerned about that. We need our mandibles back. Oh, this is still luminosity. That's fine. Mandibles. Need to be able to chew. Robot. Very important. Okay. I kind of like them gradiating in. They're not the most important element, but it's kind of just a hint of it there, you know, something like that. I'm gonna kind of like come over all, like just do a pass over all of this to kind of, you know, just clean it all up, make everything kind of read specifically how I want it to. So there's a lot of like little kind of fine tuning. Listen, the potato no more. This was not my intention. The community made me do this. I can blame the people in the live stream chat for this one. I know I do. I had no power, no control whatsoever. This is not my fault. I swear. All right. Yeah, fits the steampunk theme well. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't the most confident that it's kind of like landing that, but I'm glad. All right, so I'm going to darken those stones a bit because they're not like lit, right? It's kind of like using the ambient light. So if there's not a lot of light hitting it, it's not necessarily going to be very bright, but I imagine it's kind of able to still catch some over there, just not as much as kind of the front one, which has kind of like the full sky landing on it, stuff like that. Thank you for conveying my message, Reckless. Yeah, turquoise on a like a nice neutral kind of brown. Like they're both like nice kind of combos. So I'm actually really enjoying this palette. It's very kind of like toned down and neutral, which allows me to really pump it up, and I'll be doing that. But only very selectively, and that's kind of by choice to kind of, you know, make certain things really stand out and have fun with it. Hopefully I have enough time to really play around with it. So I don't need the sketch on the rocks. I think I'm good to kind of get rid of the sketch on this layer. Basically all I need to do is add some slight definition. So I'm going to do a layer above. This is my luminosity one. This is going to be my painting layer. And this is effectively where I can start to kind of actually render it, finally. So kind of choosing the colors that I want. Let's see, so I want a little bit of kind of light bouncing from underneath. That'll be useful for doing some definition, but I'm going to keep it very kind of like gray because we're dealing with like reflective metal, and this is kind of a brass copper kind of vibe going on, so it's going to be kind of only reflecting stuff within its kind of, you know, color range. So it's not going to be reflecting like a nice clear blue, you know, it's going to be like a really muddy brown. See, this isn't even blue, but it looks blue on here, right? Because the colors that it's surrounded by. And then I do want that kind of like segmenting in the pipes here. And here's where we can get like some fine detail work done. So because it's kind of segmenting pipe, I want to show it kind of bending around an elbow. And you know what? I'm done with that sketch. Get out of here. Don't need you anymore. Let's get a little more saturated color in there. And let's flip this. Let's put this where the orientation is supposed to be, because you know our traps are laid out like this. So we're gonna have the cheese just below it. I think this should be good. It shouldn't interfere with the kind of the claw hand thingy. Man, this is so different from what I expected it to be. Wild. Okay. Let's also save. It's been a while. But because of the orientation, we have the lighting on the base. It's coming in from the top right. So I'm going to have the piping here catch that light. Get some nice highlights happening on it. Okay, and one of the things I also love is this brush here, my color dodge for metals. When you kind of like hit highlights and shadows with it, it just pushes the color in such a brilliant, beautiful way. It's like, yep, there's some reflective metal, and I like really didn't even have to do much to make that pop, right? I wonder if it would work for this kind of underlighting here. Yeah, not bad. I don't think I'll push it beyond that. Yeah, like that's the concern, is like if people are like, oh god, bugs, I can't stand this. I apologize on the record. I'm sorry. I tried to stop it. They wouldn't let me. I did what I could, but I am beholden to my community. You know, when I'm not streaming, I get to choose, but on stream, I actually quite enjoy the fact that you guys get to shape this, and this one I blame on you. All right, cool. So now that I am totally innocent of this crime that I am committing, it's great. Nothing to worry about. Okay, I'm just thinking that maybe this shape would kind of cut down there a bit more. And go a bit brighter here, because this is kind of facing up. Let's go nice and light there. Let's get our color dodge happening. And I'm punching it up on the face more than it needs to be, probably, because I think that this is where I want the eye to go. That if you look at the grayscale, I'm kind of purposely punching up the contrast. I'm going to have the front of this kind of face be a bit darker, so that the crystal sitting in the center of it can kind of like shine out a bit better. High contrast, this is where I want to draw the eye initially. And then I want there to be this kind of flow that comes out of that, right? So it's maybe not the most clear, but maybe with enough kind of lighting and bounce lighting to guide the eye, we'll kind of like get to the end game. So yeah, that's a good point. When we do trap skins for this, I'm certain we're going to have a lot of fun making trap skins for all the traps that are coming up. But you know, we'll be able to kind of like move away from creepy bug and definitely like have something that is a little more welcomed. Because if you're kind of like someone who's like, oh, this is the best tactical trap, I really need to use this trap, I don't want you to have to kind of like wield something that makes you uncomfortable to look at. That would not be cool. And that's one of the reasons why I was like, must I do this? I suppose I must. Alright. Okay, and that seems okay. Top side of this will kind of lighten up. here. Alright, so that's kind of cool. That looks neat. I'll go darker along kind of some of these edges, just to add some nice kind of complexity to it. It's very shorthand for doing metal to have highlights and shadows kind of like bumped into each other. There's definitely a lot more precision that I could be putting into this, but I don't want to eat up as much time as I would want, because I mean I could really just paint metal all day. I actually really enjoy it. It's a weird fascination trying to figure out how the light is dancing on reflective surfaces and what that could look like. But we have so many hours in the day, and I have other things I must get to, because I am not efficient with my time. Cool. All right. Does seeing the metal on the top side of the near arm makes sense? It depends on the tilt of it, right? So if it is tilted forward, meaning this front of the rock is facing downward, and this is kind of also a little bit, then yes. But I think you're right. Maybe I'm showing a little too much of that. Like I'm imagining it is tilted forward, but maybe we just catch the sliver of it, right? I think that's a valid kind of point. But also one of the reasons why I want that there is just for the read of it, kind of having that to outline. Because if it was just the dark and it was tilted up, that rock kind of blends into it even more, which is okay. I would probably lighten up the rock to make that kind of read better, because if you see the difference between these two, this one kind of like has that shape cut out a little better. It's a little easier to read what's going on. I don't think we would necessarily see the metal back here. I think that would be rock. So tweak that, hide that away. No one needs to know about that. Actually get a little more texture here too. The other side has a lot of texture in this one. I didn't kind of give it that same time to kind of create that. Cool, okay. All right, that said, with the rock, I think I want to get a little more light onto it now. So this is me looking at the rock currently. I'm imagining it's basically just in, you know, in the ambient kind of sky. There's no light source hitting it. But what would happen? And let me just do a quick experiment with this. If I screen, lighten. Let's go with lighten. No, let's go with screen. Just imagining it. It's probably not a good one. Heavy texture is good. If there's kind of like direct light hitting it. Not sold on that. Doesn't quite read very well. In some parts it's kind of good. Yeah, this is, talking to the Discord, this isn't a very specific insectoid. I have kind of borrowed loosely from a number of different creatures. So there's absolutely no accuracies to be found. I am a very blasphemous god of these strange machinations. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. This will be fun writing reviews, by the way, after this. People are going to be like, what is wrong with you? What were you thinking when you wrote this? All right. So I kind of like the like highlight that can happen here. Use an eraser instead. Get some nice pitted dark areas too, where there's kind of like a good chunk of rock missing and it goes kind of like a deep kind of crack or something like that, and a piece fell out or whatnot, so very little light kind of gets down deep into that surface. Creates like a nice deep shadow in there. So that's working. Cool. All right. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah, best of both worlds. Some people wanted lights, other people wanted rocks. I had to do it. Yeah, I'm trying to make the rocks look kind of natural. And I'll probably add a little bit of color to it too. Maybe a little kind of mossy green in some parts, which will look really nice with the kind of the coppery color to the brass, whatever. I guess it's brass. Would it be brass? Probably brass. Bronze? Bronze, brass, copper. I need to kind of like create proper definitions in my head of what use case each would kind of fit in, how they're different. So I know like there's a mixture in some of them, like an alloy. But now I'm kind of like trying to think of what is what. Is it like bronze is an alloy of copper and nickel or something like that? I should probably not even attempt this. I feel like I'm going to be way, way off. So maybe not. Primarily of copper. Yeah. What's mixed with it? Is it nickel? Is iron in it? Tin! That's the one. That makes sense. Right. brass is copper and zinc. Oh man. All right. The hiding on the rock was pretty cute, wasn't it? I'll do that as a trap skin if I remember to. I think that'd be fun. Do a cute little version of this, just kind of like sitting on a rock, hovering there. We've discussed stuff like that, using kind of old loot for like new traps and stuff. And we've played around with doing that a little bit here and there, and some people certainly enjoy it. I think because traps are kind of like very infrequently crafted, it's not the biggest sin, so I think we can get away with that every once in a while. But I don't like to do that too much, just because I don't think that it's good game design necessarily to kind of like have someone have to go back into an older area to like finish off a craft that's for kind of something completely different. And then also, if it's a case of using a system like that to kind of clean up, let me make sure I'm not missing stuff in the chat. Just need to make sure. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything important in the chats. I haven't been looking at them. I'll catch up on that later. That seems not critical right now. Okay. Rock is a surprisingly fun texture. You can do so much with it. But yeah, I think we get the idea for this. I don't want to lose all the time on creating rock texture, especially when I have brushes that can just kind of blast it out pretty easily and it's convincing enough. But I do like that kind of lighter value there, right? And that's kind of what I was going for with it. So I'm gonna tone it down a little bit there, because I'm going for this kind of cylindrical kind of rock face on it, I think. And that's one of the reasons why I was considering putting it there, to kind of like create that rounding of it. So let's just create a nice, interesting crack along that surface. And pull this back. And darken this down a bit. Cool. All right. So there's this bad, nasty tangent that I have happening right now, where the bottom of this rock here is lining up with that leg, that like elbowy thing there, and that's nasty. I don't like that. So I'm going to expand this down here. And that is that. Problem solved, perhaps. I think that's good that avoids it. Because it's like so dark and then the background is white, there's just massive contrast there. But if we do end up going there, I'm gonna put a backdrop to kind of like knock that back. So the boulders elements are gonna kind of pop out to us. And that's also what the trap wants you to see too, right? Because that's kind of the visuals it's presenting to the mouse. And then you kind of notice more later. Let's just use our granite brush. See if I can kind of just see, it doesn't have enough kind of punch to it. Yeah, it's too smudgy. I need more texture, heavy texture. Maybe I need to go brighter as well. There we go. All right, and now I just erase away. So I'm kind of thinking of the angle of the light and where it would start to fall off and not be able to hit the rock directly. All right. I see what you're saying. So like the upgraded version of the trap requiring that above and beyond kind of hunting, going and getting like a whole bunch of old loot. Maybe, you know, for something like that, that's kind of where that's more appropriate, I think. Like, it wouldn't even need to be a very huge stat upgrade, right? You know, just enough that it's kind of like, you know, you have a slight advantage, but the amount of work maybe is kind of like, maybe it's not worth it for some people. But you know, we'll see. That's definitely a to be balanced if we end up doing that, right? So I don't want to get people's hopes up on how that would work if it even ends up in the game. Okay, cool. All right, I have wasted enough time on this rock. It's rock, guys. Can you see it? Being that it is 4:30, I am certainly spending too much time on that rock texture, especially for a steampunk trap. I say as I am still on the rock layer. Okay, I'm off the rock layer now. No more. Okay, so back to this layer. This is going to be probably the most kind of detailed layer, the most kind of work put into it. What I'm wondering is, should I hit the background first with some kind of atmosphere? I feel like yes. I feel like if I'm going to put some kind of atmosphere in this piece, I should do it now before I like get too lost. Let's see, maybe nebula? Because this will kind of like influence the rest of the piece. Nebula's not the best for this, I don't think. That's gross. Bad. I don't like it. Alright. Let's try this again. Let's just use this brush. Actually, I think what I'll do is kind of give it a little bit of, maybe the kind of brass bronze. The floor that this character has is probably what I should go for, actually. This kind of gray slate. Let's do a gradient. Yeah, something a little more like that is probably appropriate. And we have some warm stuff going on. I think I want to go darker, though, to kind of like have the body blend in just a little bit. Yeah, of course. Blame the chat for this creation. I feel comfortable doing that. How could you do this? It's all your fault, chat. And I'm thinking, yeah, like maybe having kind of like some of the text stuff kind of in the background. Nothing too major, but kind of like what we have going for the mouse. Actually, I wonder, maybe I should just save myself the struggle and see what happens if I throw that in here. Loading islands. Let's open that up. And let's take the mouse out. Throw this. Yeah. Close this. Don't save. Alright. Let's see. And it's like the perspective is not what I need. And I don't know if we want to go this far with the background. That's kind of neat. Something like that might work. And then do this to it. Okay. And then layer on top. Grab that. Brush. Just fill it in. Okay, so I'm going to pull up the other traps that are being done and see if I'm going way overboard with this background. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe not. I think I could work with this. I don't know. What are you guys thinking? I could give it a little bit of color on the rock. It probably wouldn't be quite that like white, but I'm thinking kind of keeping it a little more like gray as it is, but probably a little more kind of color variation, and that is a good thing. Gouging geyser is already going obsolete. Well, I don't know. I think it'll depend on kind of how far out earning something like this is and what its stats are, how that all works. That's something we're definitely kind of going to be considering, I think, in terms of balance, and we've kind of discussed it a little bit. So we'll see. You know, I don't want that to be the feel, right? Yeah, the head's looking a little flat. I do agree. I don't disagree with you there. Let me kind of like put a little more into the metal elements here. So really need to get cracking on all that. Get the bounce light on the back of this noggin. Side there, that's fine. Back there. Here. Alright. Yeah, I feel like this background is a little much. But now I'm kind of like, oh, it needs something now. Maybe if there's just more atmosphere between them. Something like that, perhaps. I'll need to kind of clean that edge against the base. It's a little messy. I hope so. I hope so. One of the challenges, of course, for kind of getting good use out of traps is, you know, making sure the future areas have good kind of like use for it, but also when you earn this, being able to kind of utilize it in that area is a nice thing. So I think that that is a pretty decent possibility for it. And hopefully it works that way for you guys. Okay. Where are we at? 435. Turn on the sketch for a second. And this is where I would want to kind of like put that steam to kind of like add to this atmosphere, especially since I kind of pushed the background kind of like softness. I kind of muted it down. So like if I really kind of pump up that steam kind of jetting out of it, that'll kind of like make more sense, I think. So I think that I want to do that on the top layer, because this can kind of get in front of everything, potentially. So perhaps this layer. So let's see, I can try just the dust brush. Kind of has a like texture that could be considered steam, I guess. I think the background would need to be a bit darker as well. Alright, so this is going to be in front. And I can do another layer to kind of have it kind of come out in front of everything just a little bit. Like if anything, at the base of it is where, well, actually, steam isn't visible until it starts to kind of turn into liquid vapor. Is that what I want to say? Yeah. All right. So if I kind of have the backdrop be a bit darker, I can kind of show that there's the venting moisture there. That'd be neat. So I'll push that. I like that. Yeah, yeah, just like little kind of bumps with gems on them, I think is the kind of like really interesting way to kind of create this swarm look. Um, so I think that'll be fun to do. Right, I'm gonna keep cracking on with the high detail stuff though. So the rocks I'll ignore. I think I can clean them up a bit better, but I'll just not worry about that right now. The legs here are going to be kind of important, so I should figure these out. I want to get some good kind of reflections going on. Some nice contrasts as well. It's going to go quite a bit darker down there. It's kind of both in shadow and, you know, I want to make that stand out a little bit more. So that's good. I'm going to lighten up this knee, especially since it's kind of matching the angle of this pipe relatively. So it may catch that same kind of light right there. And that kind of comes out of this nicely now. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of that good color dodge. Boom. All right. So that's probably overkill, but you know it looks kind of neat, so it can stay. Maybe it can stay as I destroy it. I can mess with that later. I don't need to get too nitty-gritty. So for this, like, I want there to be some good lighting on it, but at the same time, I don't know if it's going to be in kind of like direct light source, like it's going to be bouncing that. It will be kind of bouncing objects around it, like that rock, the body. Same with here, though. This needs to be reflecting that, I think. And get nice and saturated color for this part where it's maybe bouncing some light up. Cool. All right. I feel like the mandible down here would actually be a little more visible. But we can kind of like go into more gray highlight if we want to kind of keep it toned down a bit still. Wiring, I don't know. Like the mouse itself has this kind of same tone across the whole thing. So I kind of feel like it would make sense to just use the same like design aesthetic, right? I feel like that would just be the logical expectation. So I'd say let's go with that. It's easier for me too. Not that I just want to take the easy way out, but can this case, I think for the deadline's sake, and just because that's already kind of how it's working on the mouse, we'll just go with that. So it's gonna use the same metallic look. All right, so this can be kind of in shadow. I guess I'll just use it all as one layer. Can go quite a bit darker in here, I think. Don't want to go too crazy dark, especially further back. I could really kind of have a lot of fun with interesting detail here. Down here. Just kind of going darker to kind of cut that out a bit so it reads stronger. Cool. All right. I feel like that might actually read all right. Can add some kind of clockwork detail subtly back here as well. Maybe go a little more gray. Probably don't want to worry about all that extra detail just now. Because again, I could just get caught up in doing that. And that's not what I need. So just hints of it, that's fine. Okay. I think I'll get like just a nice little hint of orange on the top of the wings here. Kind of almost feels like they've heated up and are glowing. That might actually be kind of cool to show if we decide to kind of like make it look like it's overheating and that's why it's venting steam. That could be cool. Steam over the end of the claw. Yeah. Yeah, I like how it's kind of just masking that just slightly. Alright. I think the rocks are kind of maybe needing to be better, but that's a later concern. Get a little more red in this too, I think. Again, like I can just keep coming back and tuning this up more and more, so I shouldn't kind of get too concerned about those finicky details at this moment. I think there would be a bit of that gray bounce light on these edges, though. It just kind of pulls it in a little bit. All right. Okay, we got to get onto the tail. I think that, actually, let me just very quickly. Okay, just wanted to bring those values down a bit more there. Maybe it was a bit much. Okay, so this, like here, just a little bit more detail would be good. It's also fine if it's just a little more obscured. I get like just a brush of kind of color and definition there. But it's also in front of that gem, so I kind of like the idea of knocking the light back. Not that the gem is like lighting it up significantly, but it just might look nice. I will get the bounce light, that kind of reflecting gray on this. I might actually pump it up a bit more because of that angle. It's kind of hitting those kind of smoggy clouds behind. And I do want that to stand out a little bit more. Great. Okay. That's probably good. Now, I want to look on that tail. So, scroll down to that. So the challenge with this is it is in a number of different layers. So one way I can do this is combine these sketches. So copy that, paste it in place, and then this one, copy that, paste it in place. And you can see how messed up the perspective is on that. It's okay. We'll work with it. Alright, knock that down to 30%. Get rid of these old sketches. Hide that for now. And now I'm going to merge these two together. Get it here. There we go. that. Now, drop that on. Don't need that. Drop that on. This is the sketch. Good enough. Right. I don't know if that made sense at all for what just happened, but I basically combined the sketch and then the rest of the layers. So it's just one of these that I'm dealing with instead of two sets of them. Erase the sketch down there. All right. Gonna knock the sketch down even more. And let's go. Oh, save. Good call. Save. Thank you. All right. So top sides of the metal. Oops. Need to move that. All right. Wrong layer. This layer. So I'm just going to force the perspective to where I need it to go when I kind of add these highlights. And I'm not too concerned with where the highlights should be with this pass. Right now I'm just kind of creating interesting definition that I'll use instead of the old sketch. I'm going to toss that whole thing out, even though it's wonderfully detailed. All that work gone. Good. All right. Happy enough with that. Actually, instead of just kind of turning off the sketch, I think I'll just paint above it and just merge that in. Because it's like it adds a lot to it to leave it, right? Okay. Yeah. Merge. All right. It's all one now. So I like this idea where there's this kind of banding that like kind of goes between these rollers, the knee joint or whatever. So I'm just going to put that on a different layer. this creates some nice definition for it, I think, that kind of like just separates out the shapes a little bit better. So that's nice. And yeah, that's kind of like, I want that feeling. I think I'll have it behind here, right? So it's kind of wrapping around the outsides of these pivots, right? So I'll have it kind of just visible at this edge. And this is maybe the mechanical system that kind of pulls it. So if this thing gets pulled taut, it would actually kind of like snap it out. Like that might be how that operates. So it's just kind of the thought behind that. I'm not sure how well that would actually work, but it's neat. Yeah, originally I had this idea where there's this kind of internal elbow that kind of extends and pulls together. I guess I'll actually try and show that. It was like right here is going to be kind of this kind of pivot here. And this thing kind of pushes them apart. I mean, we could keep that. Why not have both? Knock that back just a bit too. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of adding that extra detail for sure. If I can kind of carve out enough from this, then I'd love to be able to add that. But yeah, certainly strapped for time currently. All right. Cool. Okay. Just checking the group chat. All right, I'm gonna actually merge all this into one layer. Deal with it. I'm getting into the like speed hacks that aren't actually very good. I just like to work that way sometimes. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Makes you think of some of the Zocor tech. Nice. Alright, let's do a little color brush on this. Just get a little more warm than that. Okay, and then regular brush. Just gonna knock this all down. Just gonna push my shadows first, and then I'm gonna pull it all back with just the slightest highlights and not letting the shadows be the most defined element. So now I can use my smoothing brush to just kind of blend these shadows away. Cool. Alright. Getting there. Getting there. Alright. Back to my darker brush here. Just get a little bit of definition around these shapes. Basically, I'm just trying to create enough information that you can kind of see what's happening, but also remove information so it's a little bit obscured. It's a little bit fuzzy in the details. It's not the most kind of important thing to look at, so it's kind of missing some information. And then at the end I'll come in with like a little bit of actual light on it that will kind of like bring out those details, make it pop just a little. Like that, right? Not overkill, just enough. And then I'll actually do pretty much the exact same, but just allow it to be the bounce light, and this will help obliterate some of the kind of shadow details. Soften some of this. Alright. Let's see. Cool. Alright. So I just need to check something really quick, and I think we're all good still. Alright, I want to get just a couple of darker darks just to make a few things pop out. Let's see, what is that? these kind of really deep, dark, occluded areas. Let those fall back a bit more. Deepen those shadows. Okay, I think I just want to get a little bit more of the that neutral kind of cast bounce light, just to bring some of this back just a little bit, just a smidge. But then I think we're pretty much done with this tail portion for now. That'll be a sufficient amount of detail on it, maybe. Perhaps you agree or disagree. Feel free to let me know. That's probably fine enough. Alright. Definitely overslept for this stream. Hello. Welcome. I'm still working away, so you'll get to see more work yet. Just wanted to give it a little bloom. Alright. Okay, get some bounce light under there. Just to be able to pull up that definition. Cool. Alright. So I kind of want to put something bigger behind the wings area. That portion kind of give it a little more oomph to the steam, we could just do the cloud cover darker. Actually, one of the things I did do was I just kind of knocked the backdrop down. Yeah. So I kind of tone that down more. Maybe that helps. No, because it's like the actual like clouds themselves that I want to be darker. So I could see what this does. Let's use a color brush or cloud brush. Cloud 2, that one's a good one. Actually, I'll put this in front, create even more smoggy smoke. And I can kind of have it be in front of this cutout of the base as well. Might be good to do. Alright, so this steam is not looking amazing. Let's see if I'm looking at it correctly. Yeah, okay, so that's the steam layer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my smudge tool and just kind of really soften that out. Knock that back a bit more. So that's cool, or hot, rather, but could be better. I think if we have these things venting steam, they're going to be probably getting hit by it a lot. That will kind of make them a bit more wet, cause the light to kind of bounce off it easier, be more reflective. So what I'm thinking is that it'll be darker because less kind of light is absorbing into it and bouncing towards us. Yeah, I jumped layers. I was wondering what just happened. There we go. Okay. Okay. And then this, I actually need to change how that looks. The rock is, my feet are asleep. Ooh. I mean, in terms of using old loot, that's certainly something that is a thing that can be done. I just think it needs to be in the right places at the right times. For something like upgrading a super special trap, it's kind of like an interesting time to do something like that. It's super uncommon to actually kind of do that. Like if it was crafting important cheese that you need to use a lot, that would be just the worst experience, right? Having to kind of farm in an old area to do something like that. But like a once-off, it's neat. It can be fun. take you down kind of memory lane or something like that. So it's certainly something we can try. We've done it, obviously. Yeah, I mean, if you have ideas for where that could be done well, like even this, if the upgrade, if we do that for this, maybe people would want that. That's something to kind of maybe throw out as a suggestion. But I don't know. I guess it depends on what value it adds, right? Is it going to be really fun, or is it going to be kind of just an annoyance for people? I think in general, if it's like a special occasion, it's more fun because it's kind of an interesting challenge. It's a little different, so I'm not opposed to it. Yeah, as long as it's not too confusing, impeding the fun of the area, stuff like that. Okay. Well, this is something. Super not what I expected to make. Very fascinating. Yeah, does this feel tactical to you guys? This tactical bug bot? That'd be unfortunate if I did all this and then people are like, nah, not at all. No, does not. Maybe I would just cry. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm glad that that comes across because it does kind of imply that it is something that kind of hides and waits and lurks. It is a lurker. And yeah, like I love the idea of having those kind of pods in the background. I think that's pretty fun. So I want to do that. I might do that off screen, like off stream though, just because I do need to get cracking on something else. And I'm feeling pretty decent about where we've gotten, to be honest. I'm not actually as far off as I thought I might end up being. I feel like we've accomplished a design finally. It just felt like it was really slow going at the start. Couldn't quite find the piece, you know? Struggle. It's a tough one. It is tough. Maybe I have this, but I like knock it back quite a bit. That might be better. Include that sketch too, why not? Yeah, we're doing multiple power types for this area. This will not be the only reward. Not gonna go ham and make one for every power type though. I think that would actually kind of like take away from the experience. I feel like if there was like one new trap for every power type, it'd be like overkill, kind of take away the importance of any of them. Well, maybe not that, but just I don't think that would add as much value as just kind of selecting specific ones. Yeah, all right. Okay, so I think the the definition up here, someone was saying, was not quite where it needed to be, and I do agree with that. I think the gems as well, I think I'll push that a little bit more. So I want to go quite a bit more saturated. Not quite that green, but a little bit on the green side. Quite a bit darker, and then let's brighten it up. Add that blue into it a little more. And then hit it with the highlight. Okay. Kind of like that. Alright, and then on the rock, I think I'll just have a little bit of that color kind of bouncing onto it. Just knock that back a bit too. Alright. I could probably just fiddle with this texture back and forth till the sun goes down, which it is. But I think what I'll do is I'll wrap up the stream. Before I do that, is there anything that you guys can see that you want me to address right now? Because I really do need to kind of change my focus onto the reviews. Very important. So let me know, and I'll try and kind of give it my attention over the next few minutes. Try and address any challenges with this piece that you guys think I could shore up a little bit more. Yeah. I probably won't be streaming next week because I've done 2 in a row. Not that I'm against doing that. I actually just enjoy streaming. So if I end up doing it next week, great. But I imagine Dave is probably going to want to do a stream. He just had stuff he had to deal with today, so he kind of recently was wondering if I could take it over, otherwise he was going to cancel it, and I'm almost always kind of like, no, I'll draw, I don't want to cancel it, let's keep the show going when we can. Yeah, I really only want the show to not run if it's like a holiday or something. If there's a chance that I could just do the art instead, I'll definitely try and do that. Alright, let's see, what is the chat saying? Does feel tactical. Small. Oh yeah, surprised we didn't use a smaller base since this was new best in game trap. I actually brought that concept up, and I asked if people wanted it to be on the big or small base, and people kind of, well, at least one of the feedback elements I read was that they preferred it to be a smaller feeling trap, because that just kind of makes it a little more, at least this is how I interpreted it, it makes it a little more kind of like precise, and you know, it's not as just hulking, monstrous, punchy thing. It requires a little more tact to be effective at that size, so kind of a little more proof in the pudding that it's a tactical trap. You know, little tiny drone thing, you know, instead of a giant war tank, that kind of effect. Let's see. The Hunter Eater, yeah. I can see that. Didn't even think of that, but yeah. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I feel like Dave's gonna have some stuff he wants to chat about, for sure. Yeah, so I'm expecting Dave for sure next week. As long as he isn't suddenly able to not do the stream, probably expect the same. Let's see. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that you were pleasantly surprised. I always enjoy doing the art streams when I'm supposed to be doing other things. Oops. So hopefully I'm still able to complete what I need to. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like I love the idea of if we do the upgraded variant of this, having it be this swarm idea is such a unique way to kind of do that. I think that's really quite cool. So I'm definitely gonna explore that if I can. So I think I'll do one quick layer on top of the stone here, and I'm just gonna hit it with color. And this is just gonna maybe give it a little more life. So I don't need to go crazy with it, although it certainly looks like I am right now. Got them triangles. But I'm gonna kind of knock this back significantly. Let's put this to color, maybe hue. Ooh, saturation is kind of interesting, actually. Kind of like what the colors are doing there. That's neat. Not what I intended to get out of that. What would happen if I did both? No. Yeah. think I like just the saturation, actually. Not too heavy-handed. I'll leave it at that. Okay. So I think that there wasn't anyone that brought any issues up with it. I definitely still have things that I'm going to be finalizing more. I want to put like a drop shadow. I want to tune the background even more. Let's just do something crazy, and nope, that's not very useful. Just kind of explore different parts of it. Yeah, not really better anywhere else. I kind of want to just put like little floor kind of notches everywhere. Anywho, okay, so yeah, the original design, do we want to see if we can find that at this point? It's nothing like this. Super nothing like this. Really didn't expect to go here. Yes, save. Okay, saving that, and then we'll go looking. So, did not have a backdrop, and we did not have all of this. All of this. Let's see, I think that was certainly further along in the evolution of it. This arm, and I think it might be below everything. That one, and that one. Yes. Okay. Let's take a look. Where did we come from? Ah, that is where we came from. It was on a smaller base. There was kind of a weird crown type thing. I still think it's neat, but like I didn't know what it was. This at least is something. So I think it turned out pretty interesting. Not the end result I was expecting, but I think it's pretty rad. There's still work to be done, I feel. I think that I could push this even further, but I don't want to kind of go overboard when I don't actually have to. I think people will be pretty pleased with this. Let's take a look at it in grayscale. It is losing itself. Those rocks. I'm worried. Worried those rocks are lost. So that's something I want to address now. This is a thing that I feel is important. How do we go, lighter or darker? I think we were lighter before, right? This was kind of higher brightness across the whole thing. And then I toned that down, right? So I think maybe we keep it brighter. And maybe, just maybe, we screen Not this. Not that. Okay, so that's probably not an easy fix. But I do kind of feel like it is not exactly where it could be. So for now, I will leave that. Either I could go darker, and maybe that is actually the way it needs to go, like significantly darker. Let's see. That's not bad. Maybe. Yeah. Like, it might look pretty cool, but I also am not convinced that reads better at all. So, yeah, it's a challenge, this one. It's a challenge. Both combined. For another day. I will tackle this Monday morning, I think. Yeah, alright, so... Yeah, now I'm looking at the rock and I'm like, I don't like that. Maybe I'm just, like, overboard with the detail too, though. Right, maybe I just need to tone it back. Turn off the sketch. Actually, it might help. Alright, well, I'm not going to mess around anymore. I gotta go. So I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I certainly thought it was pretty interesting. I enjoyed myself a lot, actually. I thought it was really quite challenging, quite interesting. I gotta change that. It super reads bad now. Like, look how the gem is just gone. The gem should pop. So I'm gonna mess around with that. So it will look different when you see it next. That's how it goes, Nash. I say I'm stopping doing a thing, and then I do that for another 45 minutes. Alas. All right, so, oh, looks like there was actually stuff. Reads well in gray. Check the grayscale. Looks bad. Arm blue needs a tad more brightness. Yeah, I agree. Can do that. Darker for the stone. Like the way it was like before, lighter was better. Swarm on top. It's just motion blur. Ooh, yeah, they're running around. All right, cool. Shade before we started making it lighter and darker was best. Did I lose that? Did I? What did I change? I think that it is different. Did I just kind of knock the? Oh, I knocked it down. That's right. That is a bit better. Got it. 50%. I think it was probably 62, but kind of like. Well, let's go with that. Saved. I'm gonna go. All right. I'm also going to share the layer link in case anyone missed it. Copy, paste. Yeah, the gem needs to pop on that. I think it's not bright enough anymore. Just this layer here. Let's do a thing. Let's do a thing real quick. Take this color, go nice and saturated. Take this brush and go bam. Maybe not that much. That certainly pops a lot better. So go down to that, and then right at the edges. Smash that brightness. A little more there. This one, what even happened to you? Where is that? I'm going to deal with that right now. Cool. Okay. That just gives a little more. A little more. That's all I need. Just a little more. All right. Now I'm saving again. Yeah, I think if I do the upgrade, that might get more gems slapped on or something like that. I can push things and pull things, but I think it'll be better when I get a fresh look at it. I think I've been looking at it for too long, as is the case often. So yeah, let's take a look at that grayscale. Boom, that gem is back. Punchy, punchy gem. I might even knock the gems on the sides down. I like the ones facing forward catching the light, but the ones on the sides don't need it to be that impactful. Oh yeah, gem on the... This isn't going to stay on this version, but just for the sake of having it, yes. Let's just do this so I don't forget it. Nice. All right, save. Cool. I like it. Yeah. All right. I'm actually going to leave now. I don't know if you believe it. I don't know if I believe it. But here we go. It's happening. I'll see you later. Happy hunting, everybody. Stay safe. Keep wearing your mask, washing your hands, social distance, all the good stuff. All right, I'll see you next time. Take care.